welcome to another Keelhauled podcast. I'm your host, Captain Logan, and we got a lot of Sea of Thieves news to cover today, so tie yourselves to the mast and hold fast. Ahoy there, pirates. I hope you had yourselves a good week and a good weekend. I know I did. This week, I'm joined by none other than Caleb from the Discord. Caleb is going to be here talking about all of the things that he thinks are wrong with the game, because that's exactly why I bring him on, because I'm going to talk nothing good about this game, but he's going to talk about all the stuff that is bad, and I'm going to try and prove him wrong, and that's just how we have our dynamic. But first, this episode would not be available to you if it weren't for my Patreon supporting me. Thank you to Cosmic Johnson, Chateau Neuf, El Jefe Esteban, Lumpy SRQ, Dub Goose, Evil Morpheus, Regis Stella, Rust Belt Kid, TN Professor, Todd Meister, Big Bad Pad, Mina Fairy, CJ Super Pack, Davram TV, Fergatron, Frank F. Peterson, Captain Chaos, Kazia the Rogue, Xbox Mike 29, Tech Deku, Windsor Chris, and Zam Wow. Thank you all so much for your support. If you guys would like to actually support the podcast, there's an easy way to do so. Just head over to patreon.com/Keelhauled podcast. You'll see me with Miley Moo and the host of the Keelhauled podcast stuff, and you can join up for as little as $3 a month and help support. We are going to be doing some Patreon stuff this month, and as always, we have the end of the month episode that I like to bring folks on to share their stories and their thoughts about the podcast with. So if you'd like to join, feel free to do so. But otherwise, let's get into the 4-hour episode with Caleb. So without further ado, I want to welcome Caleb to the show. Caleb, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay. Thank you so much for letting me come back on the show.
I appreciate it. So you wanted to jump in, and I wanted to bring you on for some discussion about Season 2, how the new event is going. I imagine we'll probably be talking about commodities and ledgers and progress and events and stuff like that. But you had actually kind of jotted down a whole bunch of notes. So I wanted to kind of let you have the floor here and see what was the first thing that you kind of wanted to dive into.
Well, you said something on your intro that made me feel, very accepted. You said Caleb from the Discord, and which is nowhere near the truth. It was Caleb from Rando Email. But I appreciate that now that's the way I'm thought of. I know I'm negative a lot on your show, and I wanted to start off with like a genuine thank you to you and your community for accepting me. Seeing you guys joke around in the Discord about like, is the Athena curse green or white and stuff like that, being accepted as an in-joke and stuff like that. I do appreciate it, and I know that my sense of humor isn't everyone's cup of tea, but I appreciate you guys all being so kind to me, and I love coming on the show, love talking about this, love hanging out with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's your sense of humor falls in line with my sense of humor. So I know the jokes that I would say probably don't go over so well with everyone, but I accept that as just, one of the small things with comedy, comedy's subjective, but that's sure. One of the fun things is that you and I generally, when we do sail, we usually get combative, and I do this with my actual, like with my good close friends, like
with your actual friends. There's me, and then there's your
my actual friends.
Good. I'm glad to see the categories.
Because I did the same thing. I did the same thing with my buddy last night. I was playing Apex Legends with my buddy. He was just having a normal night. As soon as I jumped into voice chat with him, it immediately turned into a debate or like I antagonize my friends when I'm playing all the time, and I'm constantly poking. So I know that I do that, and I know that you do that back, which is hilarious when we actually like get into it. But yeah, you are part of the Discord, just like all my other friends in the Discord. We're just a big family, and just like family, we don't always get along, but we generally do most of the time. So I don't see any problem with that, unless you see a problem with that, in which case I'll have to kick you out of the Discord.
Well, I've always seen my personality as 50% sarcasm and 50% soundboard. So when I can't have my soundboard on your show, you just have to deal with all the sarcasm.
That's true. I generally save the soundboarding for when we're actually sailing.
And now that we've had a long period of this debate, I'd like to close the book on the green-white debate, because I have conclusive evidence to get an answer here.
Okay.
We made lots of jokes about it, and people would like do like color analyses and show up different pictures. And one of my favorite things was when somebody like clipped their stream where someone walked in front of them with the curse on, and they go, That kind of does look like white, though. Maybe I'm changing my mind. I almost fell out of my seat laughing. And someone who did a color analysis, there was like, I don't know what the highest number is. I'm assuming it's like 256. But it was like 2 out of, in the slider of 256 green, and the rest of it was white. And he's like, see, it's there, it's green. I'm like, those are interesting rose-colored glasses you have on there, my friend. Maybe a little bit biased there. But the truth is, and the way we were able to keep this debate going was by selecting where you take the pictures. The truth is the curse takes the texture of your eye, usually looks like a pupil, and makes it all white. And then it adds what you've called the emissive, an effect of that Athena colored green or teal or whatever you want to call that color, that very Athena color that radiates off of the eyes. And that effect varies depending on several factors. The light level. So if you're, say, in the bar or underneath your ship and you're away from a light or closer to a light, the green effect will change, how visible it is, and how close you are as another pirate to the pirate that has the curse on. The green effect goes away as you get closer and comes stronger as you go away. So if I'm like really close to the mysterious stranger, I could snap a pic and it looks like it's got white. Or and another thing was in the in your chest. The
curse,
the cosmetic chest, the curse, it has a picture. It's almost like a drawing. It's a piece of art that has the green, but when it previews on your pirate, it doesn't show the effect at all. I don't know why. Other curses do. I believe the red curse like still shows the shine and stuff, but for some reason when you put on the white, the pirate legend curse, it doesn't show the green. So you take a snapshot of your preview image there, and it's definitely just white. So that's how like it's one of those things where you could see, oh my goodness, Caleb Garofolo. I was ready. I'm ready to snap at you the first moment you said, well, that's one of those things. And so I could like make fun of you. And then I was the first one to say that. That's hubris right there. That's what that is. But it is one of those things where perspective was giving people different answers. And there's now everybody knows the answer. It's both green and white, depending on what you mean by the curse.
Yep. Yeah, and I see it. I definitely see it's one of those situations too that if people weren't pulling screenshots into Photoshop and doing color analysis, it's easy to just judge based off of the monitors that you're using, the TV that you're using. Like there's so many different ways to just look at it and see like whether or not it's white or green. But I think the real answer is it was the journey to finding out along the way that really made this podcast what it is. I'm going with that.
The real treasure was the arguments we had along the way.
Yeah.
Here's a quick question. Why is it called the Pirate Legend Curse? I would never wear it if I'm trying to match my Pirate Legend outfit. I'd wear it to match my Athena outfit.
I think because because I don't think that the Pirate Legend curse really has a curse. I think they wanted to give the mysterious stranger cosmetic, like the look of the mysterious stranger. Like they had to name it something, right? Like they can't just call it like mysterious stranger eyes,
right?
They had to work out some sort of lore to putting it into the game. So curse was the most obvious place to put that because it's the one thing that affects like something that is more mystical that would actually explain that away. And they can't really just say it's the mysterious stranger curse because it's like, is he cursed? Is he not cursed? We don't really understand like how it works for him because he looks corporeal, but he's not. Or is corporeal?
Yeah.
No,
corporeal means physical.
Okay,
not spiritual.
I was totally second guessing myself there. But he looks corporeal, but he's obviously a spirit to some extent. So it's like you can't really just call it the mysterious stranger curse. So, but he is the one that actually doles out the Pirate Legend song and close and title. So if you're looking at him as the base for what the curse was modeled after, then he would be the mysterious pirate, the Pirate Legend giver. So Pirate Legend curse works out the best in my head if I had to explain it away. I don't care that much though.
Yeah, well, it looks better with Athena.
I'm just gonna
That's what I wear it with.
I'm with you. I mean, here's my question then is, if you were to assign that as the Athena ghost curse, what would you want a pirate legend curse to be then?
Ooh, what would my pirate legend? So pirate legend, the things we have in pirate legend is that.
Can I go first?
Yeah. Oh, please do. It's your show.
I just want to go first. No. I gave you the floor and then I asked for it back. It's totally within your right to say like, no, let me.
I
just
yield my time, Chairman.
Thank you
to the gentleman in the microphone.
What do you think about if it was kind of like a costume as opposed to a curse, and it gave you the 3 daggers that were in the back of Ramses?
Oh, interesting. I wouldn't want it to be a costume because costume is a whole outfit. A curse, I would about, you can wear it with everything else. That would be interesting. It's hard to tell because like Pirate Legend, the theme is that like green skull, purple, and oh my gosh, what's the other color? Gold. And so it's hard to think of what a curse would be for Pirate Legends. We already have a gold curse, and that's very Gold Hoarder themed. If you look at the Pirate Legend, he's got the swords in the back. I mean, that makes sense. And you know what else? If we eventually get a ghost curse that makes you look like all the ghosts in Athena's fortune, you'd want that to be called the Athena curse. So it makes sense to have the Pirate Legend curse, take the place of the eyes. Save up that slot.
Yeah. It is, it's interesting to think about, like, if we did get the gold, I don't know, I kind of want to have like Ramses daggers like in my back.
I've never wanted it until you now brought it up, and now I kind of want it.
Yeah. I didn't ever think about it, but now that I think about it, it's like, oh yeah, that would actually be kind of cool. And they could just, have it so you actually have the jacket, the Pirate Lord jacket on, and the dagger sticking out of it.
We have the jacket, don't we? From the Maiden Voyage? Or something.
Yeah. It's a really nice jacket too.
I'd ask if you knew where the 3 daggers came from, but I don't want to hear a sentence about lore that's outside of the game, okay? I understand that you're friends with Falcor and he needs to fight me, but I just don't want to do it, okay?
We don't know.
You don't even know outside the game?
No.
Amazing.
No, there's no explanation. Fantastic. It is still a mystery. Which actually that kind of brings up the question is, I'm sure we had a bunch of topics and stuff we wanted to get into, but do you have any ideas on who could have been the people that stabbed him in the back? Because he as far as I know, he died, but we don't know how, and we don't know by whom. But it seems apparent that it was in collaboration with 2 other people.
I do have a lot of oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna cap it with, do you think it was a sacrifice that he asked for, or do you think it was a betrayal?
Definitely betrayal.
Okay.
And while yes, I do have a lot of topics I want to get to, I am, as always, willing to take this 8 hours. Logan's the one that will end this before I'm ready to end this. I'm ready to go. I've got my notes pages, many pages long. Let's see, 7 pages. I'm ready to go.
All right, and that was a great show. I really want to thank you for joining. I think we got some really good discussion in. But it's really nice.
Let's see. I think it's definitely betrayal. I assume it would be like one of them was the Gold Hoarder and things like that. I don't know from in the game. It's hard for me to remember who we know was part of his crew. And doesn't Lorena talk about like having known him while he was alive? But I don't think she betrayed him.
I can't talk about that because it's in something outside of the game.
Yeah, good. Don't. Yeah, all I can think of is the Gold Hoarder right now. I don't think Flameheart like really had too many interactions with him that I know of.
No, not too many. There was something that was actually in what's it called? The first Tall Tale. That was like a interaction that they had, but that's they really didn't have too much interaction with actually Flameheart like that. Like they existed in the same place at the same time, but the time that Ramses was in the Sea of Thieves, I'm fairly certain that Flameheart was at the time getting close to being cursed and dying, or was already dead, and we still don't really even know like where he died, because the books say one thing, and it doesn't make sense like how he got to the Sea of Thieves after he died outside of the Sea of Thieves, unless the Skeleton Lords that were his flaming crew sailed out of the Sea of Thieves and then brought him back, which kind of correlates with the maiden voyages. Like skeletons can exist outside of the maiden voyage, and Ramses can exist outside of the Sea of Thieves. But that's because of how much magic is tied to that maiden voyage island.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it's still kind of like, I wonder how they're going to actually retcon that. But I'm sure that they'll figure that out and whatnot. So at this point,
let me tell you something.
Huh?
I have never really cared much about Ramsey. Like I look at him, I'm like, who is this 6-piece chicken McNobody? Why should I care? The game gives me almost no reason to care. And so I'm like, oh, you got stabbed in the back. Oh,
the game
tiny
doesn't.
violin. Who cares? I don't care about you. Give me my voyage and get out of here.
He's all over he has a book dedicated to him and his crew in the Athena.
Well, it's not in the game, so who cares?
Oh my God. Toby Stevens is going to be doing the audiobook for it though. Toby Stevens, Captain Flint.
That's great for him. It's not in the game. I don't care about it.
I'm going to end this.
And I don't care about Ramsey much at all.
How can you not want to? I know for a fact.
And I know rares are like, oh, look how great he is. And look, it's an adventure. It's not about the gold. He also, everything he's ever said to me has made me want to kill him again. I am standing in a room full of gold piles. I did this entire adventure to get to a place called the Shores of Gold. I'm here. Here is the gold. And he tells me, hey, you might as well leave it. Don't take it. And also, the gold hoarder is going to come back. Everything you did was for naught. But hey, wasn't the real adventure the friends you made along the way? I'm not sailing with the people I did the tall tales with anymore. No, it wasn't. And this skull is worth less than I can get from doing a Fire Lord, whatever they're called, Ashen Lord. So no, Ramsey's done nothing but disappoint me.
I just think it's funny that the whole point of us going there was to stop the gold hoarder because he was becoming too powerful. And there's all this cursed gold that turned him into a skeleton. And Ramses is like, please don't touch the cursed gold. There's a reason why he turned into a skeleton. And I'd rather you just take his skull and go turn it into the Order of Souls so that we can kind of get a little more information out of this. And you're like, yeah, but can I put a little bit in my pocket as we leave?
Or yeah, I'm very much like Abu in the Cave of
Wonders. It really is.
Just shoving it all into my hat.
Oh my God. I just realized that is exactly what Mike Chapman made. He made the Cave of Wonders down in the Shores of Gold, and nobody's called it out.
The place collapsed behind me and I had a cool SNES level where I had to get through the level on the carpet. But no, listen here. This is my canon. The way I figure things is that the gold hoarders, before we complete the tall tales,
this will be rich.
Was that the gold? Excuse me. I'm sorry. My headphones were down a little bit. What was that?
No, it's. I said, go on.
I think I heard you say I'll be rich, and I will be from all the gold. The gold they collect that we give them that they get from selling us the chests or keys to chests, however the frickin' you want to explain that. That it would be taken to the Shores of Gold and put into that giant gold pile. So not necessarily that's what cursed him. He was cursed, got greedy, and now he got all that extra gold. All those piles of gold have been stuff we've been collecting. That's mine by right anyway. That's not what cursed him, and ain't gonna curse me.
That is, that's an interesting.
And if you're gonna say
take.
greed cursed him, then every single pirate on the sea should be cursed.
Well, I mean, if you do the tall tales, you do get that curse.
Oh, it's true. I get the gold on my skin curse that looks great, but I imagine it would be painful.
Yeah, probably would be pretty painful. It's so weird to hear you talk about like the lore from the game only perspective, because I don't discount that a lot of what you're talking about makes sense from in-game perspective. But because I've been following the lore outside of the game and knowing how everything kind of culminated together, it's such an interesting perspective just to listen to you kind of talk about like how it doesn't make sense that we aren't just taking the gold that it should, from the perspective of the pirates, be ours, because at the end of it, the only thing I can attribute to this, and it's been forever since I've done the tall tales, is that I'm assuming a lot of this is explained in the books. And if you not outside game books, but the actual tall tale books themselves, that the lore is actually in the tall tale books and in the journals. Because I'll be 100% honest, it's been a long time since I've read those 10 journals on Tribute Peak.
Sure.
And I want to say that majority of that stuff is actually in there, because I do remember there being reference to Lorena in the Tall Tale journals, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that, folks, because obviously I messed up a bunch of stuff last week, which I'm surprised you haven't brought up the Merchant Alliance compass yet. So I appreciate that.
Good. I'm glad let me just delete that notes since we've got to it early.
Okay,
that's good. We already got to it.
Good. Yeah. So yeah, I
totally can tell you that
that.
I remember that the majority, if not all, the notes for that specific Tall Tale, the Shores of Gold, were about the pirate lord, what's her name, Briggsy, and about how she got there, discovered things, and ran into him and got cursed for it. That's most of what those journals are about.
Yeah, that I do recall. That's a whole nother thing too. Is like
Briggsy's cool. I'd like to see more Briggsy, but I guess it's good that she's done with.
No, I do too. I definitely want more Briggsy, because that was one of those things, like going through the Tall Tales and finding out just how amazing. And that's another thing that's in the book too. Is the book actually does have some really, really cool references to like her being a solo pirate and joining up with Ramses in the beginning of the forming of the Alliance for the Sea of Thieves, like where Ramses came out and he was like, hey, I got these chests that I made out of the chains of the Old Mother, who was the last main Kraken in Sea of Thieves outside of the Offspring. And the only way to keep these chests, or the only way to unlock these chests, is with these golden keys. And he invited, Ramses and Rathbone and I'm blanking on the other dude. There was another dude that he invited, a whole nother crew. They all met at Golden Sands Outpost, and then he's like, hey, if anyone can break into these chests, you can have the treasure and the gold that I've collected in them. And nobody could. And Briggsy was one of the pirates that showed up at Golden Sands Outpost and fought the Kraken, that is the Kraken in game. And the reason why the Kraken retreats after defeating its tentacles is because it's already had a really bad fight once. Like, it's already lost one eye due to the fight that happened at Golden Sands Outpost. And because of that, it knows it's the last Kraken, and it is kind of shy, which is why we never see its head, and why it only retreats after getting down so many tentacles.
It's the last Kraken?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I assume there was a bunch because there's so many skeletons around.
And you know what's crazy is that it is a baby.
Oh, it's a little baby boy?
Yeah, it's a little baby Kraken. Like the Old Mother, you can see like the bones that are on Kraken's fall are the baby Krakens. Like we've never actually seen the Old Mother's bones, as far as I can tell. I think all of the bones on Kraken's fall are all her children. And in fact,
well, that would be a scary encounter. That's something that would be like the old Megalodon, where you needed the whole server to get together.
Right? Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be pretty awesome. Have like but I mean, it's like, there's no more Krakens. It's the last Kraken. Kind of like the last unicorn. But that's a whole nother topic. So, but yeah, I don't even, how did we get off on this tangent?
I don't know. Somehow the worst case scenario happened, where somehow I'm going to be talking about lore in one of your shows. I never thought that would happen.
Well, you're with me. It makes sense if you're with me.
Another
lore
thing that I heard you give me information from outside the game that I'm like, oh, I guess I was wrong. When Tori and I, Tori being my wife, at least for the moment, until she realizes she can have someone better, we're doing the Seabound Soul, and there's a point there where you get to see, like, using the lantern, a skeleton lord intern Flameheart's corpse.
Yep.
And the way Tori and I were talking about, like, oh, what could that mean? And what we came up with was that some skeleton lord imprisoned Flameheart. And later on, you're like, oh, that's Captain Grimm. That's one of the Ashen Lords we fight, and he's on Flameheart's side. And I was like, oh, the way I saw it was he was like, there was infighting between the skeleton lords, and I thought Flameheart was just a skeleton lord that, Grimm beat, and in turn, he's like, I win. And then now this whole new perspective of, oh no, he was like keeping him away for safety or whatever. It's just not the way I saw it when I did the Tall Tale.
Well, what's interesting about that is that there was actually infighting between the skeletons, as far as we know, and we haven't seen it in game, which is why I'm excited that eventually we'll get to that point. But there is a point where hopefully we'll find out between Captain Flameheart and the captain, who is just this unnamed skeleton lord, but if you had a bigger bad than Flameheart, it would be Captain. And the Captain is the one that actually took Flameheart Jr. under his wing, turned him into a skeleton, and has his confidence and stuff. So like Flameheart Jr. is now a skeleton somewhere with his crew that is also skeletons because of the Captain and the Chalice of Life that they found.
Ever since Seabound Soul, when I first learned about Flameheart, and I've heard people talk about, wait, is this Flameheart Jr. or Flameheart Sr.? I have lost my mind. Flameheart Jr. or Sr.? None of that's ever mentioned in the game. It's just Flameheart. I wouldn't even know that there was another Flameheart if all you schmucks didn't keep bringing it up.
Actually,
what in the world? It's just Flameheart. Why do we have to have another Flameheart? It's just Flameheart. It's Flameheart. It's Flameheart Jr. Who cares?
Duke actually did talk about Senior and Junior in the game. There was some.
I'm sure it was way after Seabound Soul.
Oh God, let me think. Seabound Soul. It was after Seabound Soul. I do recall that, but it was like dialogue that he had.
It's literally garbage. And I hate it. It's too convoluted.
Oh my God.
But let's get away from this garbage lore to get to some good lore. And I'd like to say a few words about my experience with Glitterbeard.
Oh yeah, you finally got to do Glitterbeard, huh?
I did. A friend and I sailed. It was a couple sessions where all we did was we looked around and we read the accommodations to find clues to find the journals, and we found as many as we could without looking it up. And like I remember, like we would get one wrong. We figured out, oh no, this one, the tip of the sword, that must mean Cutlass K. I thought it was one that looked like a sword, but no, it's got to be Cutlass K. And we get there, and there it is, and it was really kind of a fun sort of mystery. We ended up having to look up a couple that we just couldn't figure out from the clues. Yeah. And it was a real like sweet experience, like reading this guy's story, and we would read it out loud back and forth. I'd read like the first entry, he'd read the second, I'd read the third, he'd read the fourth.
That's adorable.
And we did that for all of them, and it was a lot of fun. And then of course the last one, I found it hard to figure out where it was. I didn't. Either the clues weren't clear enough, which is my personal opinion, but I'm willing to allow that maybe I just didn't figure it out. But like where the hideout was, I didn't think was very clear, so I did have to look that up. And but getting there and trying to get enough people, which was like very sweet the way it tied into the story, was difficult for me, as I'm sure it was for a lot of people, to get 8 people. And your server kept like running the event for people, and so I signed up for one, and then when the day came, it was canceled last minute. I was like, oh okay. Like a week later, I was managed to sign up for another one. That week comes by, and that one was canceled last minute. And I'm like, fine, I'll do it myself. Put my hand in the Thanos glove and just grab a galleon solo and just sailed to where I know it is, and looked on my map, and there were 2 Reapers at Reaper's Hideout. And I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? So I went over there, I sailed over there, and I said, hey, do you guys want to do Glitterbeard? And one of the Reapers had one of the Glitterbeard cosmetics you unlock. And he's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, what are the odds that not only did I find 2 Reapers that were allied, I run Reaper a lot. I don't ever ally with another Reaper. You have a flag, and that's my flag now. That's the way I look at that. And what are the odds that these Reapers are friendly? I got both of them in one go. So these guys said, well, be right there. Let us finish turning in. So I went back. They came and met me. And I was trying to grab people to fill up my galleon. I grabbed a couple guys from your Discord, and we had to get a 4th. And I'm like, Tori, you want to do it? And she's like, yeah. And she jumps in. And so now we have all of us doing it. We have a sloop, a brig, and a galleon. We have every size ship. We got friendly Reapers. I got my wife, and I got some guys from the Discord there. Met some new friends from your Discord. And we all did the event. And the event was truly moving. I cried. It was precious.
Yeah, good.
And I was so happy to experience it. I thought that thing they put in was truly wonderful. And I went in, and like I did with all the journals before, I read aloud the final entry. And it was like if you've ever spoken at a funeral where you can't keep your voice together and it keeps cracking. You keep trying to rein it in. And then I hear a sniffle turn around. Tori's crying too. And she's like, you shouldn't have told me that this was dedicated to someone that died. It was truly moving, and I was so happy I was able to do it. And I really like this entry into this edition. I thought they did a great job, and I have a few like nitpicks of exactly how it was implemented, but I'm not even going to bring it up just because of what a positive thing this is supposed to be.
Now, what you may not know is that Caleb is about to tell a story about his Glitterbeard experience, but later in the episode, I want you to keep track of how many times he actually talks about how stories should not be told because no one cares to listen. Let's go. Yeah, that's and I don't blame you for the nitpicks because they wanted it to be something that was found out organic, and because of that, the normal guides that you would usually go to like have people kind of give you the 411 on how to do stuff. Everyone was trying to be very respectful of how to do it. So if you didn't like troll the forums on Reddit or just talk to people who figured it out or have like worked it all out in insiders beforehand and had that discussion, it would have been really, really tough to try and figure out. Like I'll be honest, I still don't exactly know like how to go and do like the placements of everything. So
I think the placement, and I would like to experiment with this at one point, I think the placement is a misconception that's been thrown around. I don't think the placement is exact. I don't want to get too specific, but how each person has to have a certain thing at a certain spot, I don't think that's correct. I want to try it one day. Somebody said they did it and they didn't have that placement. And I can't find anywhere that placement is hinted. When you go to that place and you stand on one of the 8 spots, every once in a while you hear a little sound, and I thought, oh, maybe that's what indicates it. No, they all pull from the same group of sounds, so that's not it. There's nothing I can find that says that needs to be it, and I think that's a misconception. That's because we don't have the detailed guides. Right. It's a sea wives. I don't know what the sea version is of a wives' tale, an old sea dog's tale that's been going around, and I think it's just been perpetuated. Yeah, perpetuated throughout the community. To kind of I'm definitely I'm interested to find out like if that's accurate or not, and I'd be willing to try it. That's one of the things that I think it's so funny. Whenever I see you in the Discord, somebody brings something up, you're constantly asking for the reference for it because you want to have the validation that it's accurate and sourced. And it's so funny because I see that and I'm like, oh, someone's gonna get upset that that people that he doesn't believe people. And I'm like, no, I just see that Caleb just wants to see where that's actually sourced to make sure it's accurate. That people aren't just spreading not rumors but anecdotal evidence, misconceptions. Yes. Yeah. So I appreciate that about that, because there are definitely times where like people will say something about something, and if I misspeak about, say, like merchants getting a compass for reputation rewards, if people don't call me out on it, then people start wondering, well, how come I haven't gotten the compass from the Merchant Alliance? It's like, well, Logan was just dumb and misspoke and misremembered like how things were. So I think I physically said, like, well, I listen to podcasts while I work. So while I'm like mopping a floor, I hear you say that, oh, my favorite compass from the Merchant. I think I physically out loud went, is it though? Yeah. I do the same thing. There's so many times where I'll hear people on podcasts and I'm sitting there like stapling documents together and whatnot. And I have to like reach over, grab a piece of paper and my pen. And I'm just like, email people about why this is wrong and how I feel about it. And then I put that piece of paper up there. And then at the end of the night, I take that piece of paper and I shred it because it doesn't matter. Dude, that's totally it. You've gotten it. Get it out of your system, put it down, pen to paper, and then delete. Yep. It's like I heard somebody once say that he'll write down a tweet and then not hit enter. He'll come back to it like an hour later. And he's like, and 90% of the time, I just delete it. Right? It just feels good to get it out of your system. Yeah. I feel like it's a good practice. You know what else I've started doing? Weird tangent. I'm going to throw this out there. I've started taking off the auto replace on my texting for my phone, because I use iPhone, and I know it's an abomination to most people, and I'm fine with that. I'm not exactly happy with how things are going, but it's one of those things where it was constantly causing issues with my tweets. Like I would tweet something out and the word would be wrong, and I'd be like, "This is dumb. How come it's replacing a word with another word when I clearly used a proper word? Like, why would it change the word van to can when I'm clearly typing in the word? Oh my goodness, that's the van." Worst. And it thinks it knows. So I turned that off, and I don't have the punctuation anymore, but I promise you, my tweets have been more
more concise, and have definitely been a lot more thought out. Like whenever I use it, like I'm clearly thinking about what I'm typing. So I'm right with people that if you want to type something out to someone, I tell you what, there's nothing better that makes you feel more cautious about clicking enter than if you take off the auto punctuation and auto replace for text. World of difference.
Now you have to go back and like, okay, make sure this is right.
Yep, you got to add all the punctuation in and be like, oh yeah, I don't want it looking that dumb. Makes a huge difference. But that's not Sea of Thieves. Caleb, we got to get back to Sea of Thieves.
We should. Can we talk about season 2? I'd like to talk about season 2. Let's talk about season 2.
What do you got?
Well, one thing.
First off,
with the puberty there, real quick. First
renown
off,
level.
You see, the thing is, it's one of those things. I'm just gonna write down every one of your voice ticks and make fun of them.
That's fine.
See, nobody's listened to me enough to know what mine are. Don't they though?
I don't know. Do they?
But you're gonna say first off.
What is your renown level at?
How dare you? I'm level 100.
I know.
Of course I am. I got level 100 a day away from saying I got it in the first.
I was there. We had a good time.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were there.
We even talked about this like after the podcast too. You're like, wasn't there a Fort of Fortune that spawned after we were logging off?
What did I say about my memory?
I don't remember. I probably should write that down.
I've got level 100. I also got level 100 in the Insiders before it launched. And I noticed something interesting is that trial completion was real low for people who got to level 100. I'm at 22 out of 66, and I've completed some since getting level 100. Mm-hmm. So I find it interesting, like the way trials are, that they're not the way I first conceived of them as, these tasks that you want to go to because you're going to get a significant boost. The boost isn't that significant, and it's more of don't necessarily go out of your way, but as you do things, you're going to get just a little boost of renown for completing this thing. There's some you can go out of your way, like you wouldn't have cooked 10 Krakens, but now that you see 1 out of 10 pop up, maybe you'll cook 9 more. Yeah. And I redid the maiden voyage because there was a bunch connected to that. But mostly, I got them just as I was doing things, which is an interesting... I don't think it's the way I would design it. I would design it more as, giving me specific tasks and give it a bigger boost for doing it. But it's good to know what the implementation is like.
They're more guidelines than actual rules.
That's my favorite pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Gibbs.
His dad.
Oh.
No,
yeah.
His dad, the keeper of the code.
Yeah, that is isn't that Keith Richards? Is that actually Keith Richards?
I don't know who that is.
I gotta look that up now.
Let's see.
I will look it up. You keep going.
Okay, he said Keith Richards because before the podcast we talked about voice actors we liked, and I mentioned Keith Richards, and he was like, "Who was he?" And I said he was the Arbiter, and he's like, "Was he though?" As the late great Jeff and Control Robinson might say, and I was like, "Oh, I think I mean Keith David."
Yep.
He is some singer, but I don't think it's Keith Richards.
I'm struggling to remember who it actually is. So.
Captain Teague.
No, it is Keith Richards.
You're joking.
I'm serious.
Captain Teague. I don't believe you. Teague.
It is Keith Richards because that's what I remember. It was like that's why when you brought up,
you're joking. What are the odds?
That's why when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, I could see that. He is kind of, he's a musician, but I could see like some voice acting that he probably did that I just don't know about. I just remember him from being Captain Teague, and that's when you brought up Keith David, and I was like, oh yeah, I love Keith David. But yeah, Keith Richards, because that's who Jack Sparrow modeled most of his kind of swagger off of with Sparrow. And so they reached out to Richards, and they're like, hey, would you be willing to play Jack Sparrow's father in this movie? Because it was one of those things. It was like, who better to have as Jack Sparrow's father than the person that he modeled most of his like weirdness on is Keith Richards. Wow, I can't mess that up.
He's probably next to Barbossa, my favorite dressed pirate in the movies.
Yeah. Yeah, God, those movies are great. Which, by the way, if for those that don't know, the Gold Hoarders in the Discord channel, we actually a couple weekends ago, we watched Pirates of the Caribbean 1 in the Discord and just kind of had like a discussion over it while we were kind of popcorn and movies kind of thing. MST3K. I'm thinking about doing the next one on the 15th of May, which is in a couple weeks from now as of recording. And I'm thinking about opening up the Dead Man's Chest to the entire Discord, and just whoever happens to be available, we all just hang out in a voice chat, and I'll stream it from my computer, and we'll all just kind of watch it in chat and have a good time. So that
sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. We were talking about Black Sails, but that's a M-rated show, so I don't know that I'll be able to do that with everyone. That may just have to be a Gold Hoarders thing because of the requirements for paying for something in Patreon. You have to be above a certain age, and I want to make sure that kids don't jump in, start watching Black Sails for obvious reasons. Sure. Or maybe that's just not your thing, but the Pirates movies are safe. So I've been thinking about doing the pirate movies for everyone that's in the Discord, but that's a whole nother thing. Getting back to what we were talking about with Renown and the seasons and the trials.
Yes. Something I wanted to bring up before we got too far in the discussion was Rare talked about and said publicly that, it'll take a few seasons to see changes that they make, significant changes based on feedback and based on their experiences with the way they've implemented seasons. So I cut them a little slack for season 2. If there's things that I'm like, I didn't like this in season 1, why is it back? Well, it's because they need a little time, and I can appreciate that.
Same. I think it was fair to assume that whatever was coming in season 2 wouldn't be too different from season 1, just based on the development cycles, and much like, unless it's a huge issue, I can't see that them changing anything would really make too big of a difference. But I'm glad that, they're at least taking in the feedback. It's one thing Rare's always tried to do, is take in feedback. Maybe if they could actually get into a couple other things that I know we want to talk about, that'd be great too. Hopefully. But yeah. Anyway, what
are some of the unlocks that you're excited or to unlock or to have unlocked?
I honestly, the thing that I'm pushing for the most was the Athena sword, which I got and I'm happy for. Looks cool, a little big, but I still like it. And the glowy ghost liveries. Like the Phoenix stuff is really cool. I absolutely really love just like the kind of fiery Phoenix. But the thing that I'm really curious about is just because if you have the ghost liveries already from Athena's fortune reputation, then you already know what I'm talking about. These ones are just glowy versions of that, and I like that was the thing that I wanted when it was like a ghost ship. When I wanted a ghost ship, I wanted it to be distressed. I want it to look beaten down, the Black Pearl essentially. But I like the gold, or I like the green kind of glowiness about Athena's curse. So I wanted that as the actual livery set, and they're putting it in the season pass for everyone that hits level 100. So I'm just glad that we're finally getting that aspect of it brought to the game, because that's really the main thing. But that's kind of like the big deal for me. The other thing I would say is the increase in doubloons. They definitely upped the number of doubloons that are available in the Plunder Pass and in the Standard Pass. So getting back...
I think you mean ancient coins?
What did I say?
Doubloons.
Oh, I did say doubloons. Blast it all. Yeah, ancient coin. The increase to ancient coins is nice. I appreciate that, because I spent a lot of money on the Emporium when Season 2 went live. Thank you, Warsmith costume and ship liveries. That was a lot.
Yeah, the ancient coins are the reason I bought this season's Battle Pass. And I'll get to that in a second. If I could mention a thing you said earlier about the Shackled Phantom Hull being so good with the Athena set. Yeah, right now, one of my favorite things to throw on is the Athena cannons, capstan, and wheel. Then throw on the Shackled Phantom Hull and the Ghost Captain sails. And you're just fully decked out in ghost stuff. I think it looks so great. Beautiful set. Now, something interesting I thought was that you didn't mention the Lucky Hand clothing set.
I am wearing it, though.
Which is... Oh, you are?
Yeah, which is funny, because I actually been wearing a lot of that set, like the shirt and the boots and the eye patch and stuff. I've actually been wearing a lot of it and trying to come up with a costume set that matches it, and it's been kind of tough, honestly.
I need to double check to make sure I'm not wrong here, but I think with the shirt, there's a card in the front pocket, and that's the only place there's a card. They completely missed the opportunity to have an ace hanging out of the sleeve.
Oh,
but maybe they did do that, and I just didn't.
I'm gonna have to double check. There is a card in the pocket that you are talking about. I remember there being a card. I think it's on the hook. Honestly,
there's a couple. On the hook.
So I know that there's one on the hook. The aces are actually as a hairstyle. So if you wear the lucky hand styled hair, there's like a barrette that has two aces, the ace of spades and the ace of diamonds, I believe, in it. So I think that's where they wanted to put the aces. But yeah, an ace up the sleeve seems like the most straightforward thing to do, right? Like it seems like,
how could you miss that layer?
Well,
uninstall,
there is
literally unplayable.
There is a I can't tell what card it is, but the gloves have a card on the top of the glove. So there is at least like there's a fair amount of cards on there. I think they could have.
Oh, you're full of cards, definitely. But the reason I wanted to bring up the lucky hand set was I've heard a lot of people talk about, and it's a fair criticism, was that you don't feel like a real strong theme for the season. And the same thing with last season. There is a theme, like all the clothing was in the first season was frostbite, and in this one it's all a lucky hand, and then there's a tattoo, curse, sail, and titles that are all part of the thing. In this season it's I think Of the Deep or something.
Yeah. Ocean Deep.
Right. And it feels like, oh, these are two different things. Why isn't there just like one season theme? It seems kind of disparate. And while I understand that, and I sort of feel that way in some ways as well, I think the reason, if you really just take a second to sort of investigate that they don't do that, is because if somebody is not interested in that theme, then they're not interested in the entire season. I do not care about the Lucky Hand set at all. I do like the Ocean Deep theme, however. So they do these things more like a shotgun approach, where you shoot a bunch of different things and hope some hit.
Yeah.
And if you, instead of, risking getting people to go, oh, I don't care about this at all, because it's all stuff I don't like about, because it's one theme I don't like about. So I understand that, both perspectives in that, but I think that's why they do that. But like in the case of this Plunder Pass, I only really wanted the Frozen Ashes Blunderbuss, the Athena's Might Cutlass, the golden barnacle cannons, and the shackled phantom hull. Those are pretty much the only thing, which meant there was like things where it's like for the next 40 levels, I don't care, because I don't like the next thing until level 41. Mm-hmm. It's a shame. It's 2 seasons in a row where I really don't like the curse. The tattoo set's pretty cool. It's got the gills are like in a different position than they are in the Whaling Barnacle.
Have you looked at the makeup?
That's kind of nice.
The makeup is actually kind of cool because it puts
the makeup's
scales
nice
under your eyes. I kind of like that.
But really disappointed with the scars, which are pretty much, it's like the scales from the Whaling Barnacle tattoo, but just like pink instead, essentially. I understand that they're carved in and whatever. But man, I'm so disappointed. I hope the scars for next season look good.
Yeah. The interesting thing that I like about the Plunder Pass, though, is I look at a lot of the stuff that's in there, and a lot of that stuff is content that isn't elaborate to where you would assume that it should be in the Emporium, just due to the nature of their designing the Emporium and pushing people to microtransactions. But it is definitely content that I would expect to come to the trade shops, the actual merchants on the island. Mm-hmm. And I imagine that, because of the way that they've designed the seasons, that this content will eventually make it to those shops, that you can earn it now by playing the game and earning it through the season pass, that it would fit alongside any of the other costume sets that are currently in those vendors. And that makes more sense to me. So while the content that's in the Plunder Pass or in the season pass isn't exactly something that is grandiose or firing on all cylinders, it definitely feels like, at least at this point, we are still getting a decent cadence of content in the form of cosmetics that offer something different for a variety of people. Like if you're good for the Ocean Deep set, then you're probably pretty happy with the sails and the makeup, or maybe the you're looking forward to the Lucky Hand set because you've been wanting gambling in the game forever. So it depends. It's going to vary, obviously, from person to person and what they want. For example, like I've been enjoying the Lucky Hand set and have been looking forward to picking up the rest of it, even though it wasn't something that I thought I was going to like. I figured because I got it in the season pass that I might as well check it out and see like how I like it. And one of the problems that I think I've had with the season pass is because I've been progressing so quickly through it, I haven't been appreciating every new unlock. And that has been an interesting kind of realization, like going through it and looking and seeing like, oh yeah, we did get the frozen ashes, which a weird name, really. Frozen ashes. What is that? But the blunderbuss, the fact that was even something that was in there, I didn't even know. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Same thing with the tattoos of the Ocean Deep. I didn't even realize that those were actual rewards that I got until I started to dig into the actual season pass, because it didn't pop up and say like, oh hey, you got this. And if it did, it was during something where I just didn't even pay attention to it. So I haven't been appreciating the content as much as I thought I should, for the fact that I'm unlocking levels, because it's not like a loot box where you click it and open it. It just shows up in your inventory already, as opposed to a loot box where it's like you have to go and actually open those, and there's a whole psychology around, the feeling that you get when you open one versus what you actually get, kind of thing.
And other seasons seasons in other games make a little more of a production when you unlock something. After you get out of a Fortnite game, there's a screen that you have to say accept item, and it shows you all the items you unlock during that game. In the Master Chief Collection, each thing you have to physically go and buy with the points you unlock. So you're like, each one you had to click buy, so you've seen each one. But also in this thing, a lot of the stuff you don't get too excited about, because like for the outfit, I need a certain amount of those parts of that outfit before I start wearing them. I don't want to wear just the hat with my other stuff. I don't like that usually. Yeah. So it's like, oh, this is great, but until level 99, when I get the last piece, I'm making that up, I don't remember what level it is. I'm not really gonna start wearing them or care.
Yeah.
So that kind of hurts them in that way, I think.
I can definitely see that. Yeah. Having the full set.
I thought it was interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. You keep going. I'm interrupting.
No, I'm done.
I thought it was interesting how the Athena's Might Cutlass was more dark adventurer analogic. It was closer to the dark adventurer set than it was a Pirate Legend set. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it really is. It really is interesting, because it says becoming a Pirate Legend isn't easy, and neither is wielding this heavy sword. Put your back into it, and it's the Athena's Might Cutlass, and it kind of makes me think that if I kind of feel like the reason why is because they want people to see this and know that is a reward for Pirate Legends. And if they haven't, so for example, 3% of the population that plays Sea of Thieves or have played Sea of Thieves are Pirate Legends. So a very small group of people who aren't keeping up with the content outside of the game, where people are like keeping up with the Twitter and YouTube and watching all the videos and stuff and keeping up with the news. They probably don't know about the Dark Adventure set because they aren't Pirate Legend. They haven't seen it, or they might have seen it and not sure where they got it. With this being in the renowned Plunder Pass and them getting it, they're going to see this and think, oh, cool. I want to know more about how to get this when I hit Pirate Legend. And then when they hit Pirate Legend, then they'll go down and see that there's an entire thing. So it's an incentive to get people to hit Pirate Legend. That's kind of my thoughts around it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I love seeing a couple things in the season that are for Pirate Legends. Feels good for us Pirate Legends, get a little reward for it. You know, how many times have you heard people chirping about, we need more content for Pirate Legends?
Yeah.
I'm saying that in a voice to make fun of them, but it's exactly things I've said before. I'm making fun of myself as well.
It's a valid,
but it's also
a valid concern.
And like you said, it's people see it and they can reach for. Oh, maybe there's a reason for me to reach Pirate Legend because I want that curse or that hairstyle or that sword or that hull. And that actually made me think of a side note. I've heard before and I may have even said it before, I'm not sure. But, why would you look at Rare and you can justify why they haven't added content for Pirate Legends, because why add something for only 3% of your player base? I want to say it's on its face that can make sense, but when you start scrutinizing it, I think it falls apart because it is motivation for players to engage with the rest of your game when you lock it behind. So, hey, there's a new voyage that you can only get as a Pirate Legend. And now players who aren't Pirate Legends, that 97%, now will go, oh, now I really want to become a Pirate Legend. I'm going to more engage with the rest of the content. So when you do make stuff for just Pirate Legends, you're not only making content for 3% of your players. It's a little bit of a misnomer.
I agree to an extent, because the way that Pirate Legend is locked behind the mysterious stranger, how do you surface how good those missions could be? Because I'll be 100% honest, those missions do need the update. We talked about it in the community episode last week. Go back and listen to that if you haven't gotten a chance, listeners. Okay, so we had a weird situation that just happened. But yeah, we're back. And so I wanted to get back to what we were talking about with the Athena voyages. The problem that I have with them putting more content behind Pirate Legend is that there's no good way to surface that kind of excitement behind what they get.
Sure.
To regular players, unless and we talked about it last week, unless you have someone come up and drop an Athena voyage on your table, you have no clue what Athena voyage is or why there's even a reputation tab for it. So it kind of goes back to the idea that I had last week, where I was like, they need to have Pirate Legend voyages for each of the different merchants and trade companies, so that you can visibly see, there are the regular voyages, and then there is a Pirate Legend, and it is locked, and you have to get the Pirate Legend to be able to unlock that voyage, and that would visibly push people to do to hit Pirate Legend.
I don't even
know.
I'm not going to get caught up in whether or not I exactly think your solution is the best solution, but I totally agree with you that the there's a discoverability problem with it. And just going back to my own experiences, somebody opened up the hideout for me, and that's where I saw all these ghost clothings, and I thought, holy crap, I am getting these, certainly.
Yeah, but again, that comes back to the problem of, when you're sailing with people, are you sailing with someone that is a Pirate Legend? Because they have to be in your crew. Sure. You can't go down there unless you have a Pirate Legend.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
As long as somebody opens that, doesn't matter. They can be a part of an alliance. They can be part of an enemy crew. As long as somebody opens up those stairs, you can go down them.
Unless that is changed, that is not how you can access that. Maybe if you're in an alliance, but as far as the game has been when it first came out, you had to have a Pirate Legend in your crew.
Wait, so what? I disagree. I don't think that's correct, but I'm going to assume you're correct. I'm going to ask about implementation. So I'm standing next to somebody who I'm not allied to, just a crewmate from a different ship. He plays the song, and the stairs open on his screen and don't open on my screen, you're saying?
No, they open, but you can't go through the waterfall.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, I don't think I've tested it that. I don't know. I've gone through it before. I feel like I have to test this now. Logan.
I don't know how.
I'm going to test this. Well, I'll find someone who's not in the crew and say, here, let's test something, please.
Yeah, because that's...
I got to test this now.
Yeah, because that's part of the problem is that you have this really cool entrance, and unless you're in the crew with the Pirate Legend, you can't go into the Pirate Legend Tavern. And I don't know if that works. I think that still applies even if you have alliances. I think they still have to be the Pirate Legend in your crew, even if you have an alliance up.
I'm glad we can have a debate in every episode I'm on now. Now we can go back and forth about whether or not this is correct. I'll test it, but either way, yes, I see your point. It's trying to get somebody to show you it's down there is not great of a discoverability. I think Rare would argue oh, that's the way we like it. We're creating. They're in Britain. We're creating stories. We like it when people come in with the stories. And a Pirate Legend came in and he showed me this brand new area, and that's a great new story. And you're going to share that story. First off, no, I'm not. I do. Now you're in my territory, son. Sit down, because I got something to say. I run to role-playing podcasts. Let me tell you, the death of a role-playing podcast episode is when you start telling stories from your campaign or stories about your character. Nobody wants to hear that unless you're a phenomenal storyteller like Day 9 or something like that. Nobody wants to hear that. Whenever we do stuff like that on our show, me and my co-host, it's always very short snippets to illustrate a point, like, oh, well, one time I did this with my character, and it's like 3 sentences. Everyone hates it. I don't want to hear your story. So I know my rare is obsessed with, you're going to share this story. How have you really been thrilled by the tale when somebody tells you about how they like killed a galleon in one person? It's like, oh, that's great. Okay, you're sword and you're slashing. That's great. The stories are never great. The experience, I'm sure, was phenomenal, a lot of fun. But you have to be a great storyteller to share these stories. I don't know what the heck Rare is talking about. Get out of here.
Can I tell you that some of the content that this podcast puts out, when I do tell the stories, is some of the best received content that I've gotten. Like people. Can
I tell you, with peace and love, I skipped those parts of those episodes.
That's fair. A lot of people love them. I get people telling me that they love the stories and want more of the. There's a whole reason why the Pirates log or the First Mates log even exists, is because I did the captain's log thing for so long, and people really liked it, and they shared their stories.
Listen, there are some things that are good in certain mediums. I run an actual play, and there's all sorts of scenes and things that I come up with in my mind, and I go, it's just not good. This would be great if it was a film, but it's not a film, so I'm not gonna be able to implement it in my audio drama. It just on a stream would be great. Freaking told to me, get out of here.
Can I tell you a quick story? I've been wanting to share this
Logan,
story.
can I tell you something? I would love to hear it.
Okay. You remember when we were sailing on that galleon and that sloop was kind of messing around with us, and they were just kind of hovering around, and we had to, we were chasing them around the spire, and you went on the spire and you used the actual obstacle course to get onto their ship, anchor, kill them. And then we sunk them, and that's when they got real salty and started coming after us.
Yes.
I was on a sloop the other day, and I found another sloop crew, and I got them to alliance with me, and I didn't have any voyages down. I just wanted to go sink skeleton ships and grab Reaper's chests and deliver them. That was the whole point of me sailing around, and I was doing amazing. I took out a Kraken and a skeleton sloop at the same time right next to a Reaper's chest, and survived with hardly any supplies. But that's not the best story. The best story is literally this time when I was over by the spire, and it made me think of our voyage, and I just finished killing off a skeleton sloop with hardly any supplies. I didn't even stock up for this. I was just grabbing whatever storage crate that they dropped and using it. This galleon that had just finished a Fort of Fortune, I'm assuming, in full Athena ship liveries, like old Athena standard stuff, comes towards me, and I'm like trying to gather up this treasure from the skeleton sloop that I just sank. And I saw them, and then they started to beeline towards me. And I left the treasure in the water, and I started heading into the wind, thinking like, this is exactly what I need to do. But they had been so far in correcting that I had a bit of a lead time. I took them around the rock that's over by where the unmarked island is that you do the first hotel with, and started heading with the wind, knowing that they were going to be able to catch up to me. And I led them right to Flameheart that was down by Snake Island. And Flameheart's fleets were circling around the island. And I kid you not, this is what I did. I was so proud of myself. I sailed with the wind long enough to get them to catch up close enough to where they could almost get some crew members on board. And I sailed right into that Flameheart fleet. And I cut in on the north side of Snake Island and sailed by two ghost ships, took the damage, and started heading north towards the spire into the wind. They tried so hard. They fired probably at least a good 10 chain shots to try and knock down my mast. And they had to go around the south side of Snake Island, and they took the full barrage of all of those ghost ships as they went around this island. And by the time they got away from Snake Island, I was already at the spire heading towards Shipwreck Bay. They tried to kill me for 2 skulls and a sapphire mermaid gem. It was amazing. I had such a good time juking them through Flameheart, and they thought they had me with me going with the wind, and it was so great to just cut so quickly into that thing. But yeah, that was
always great when
one
you can
little
beat the odds with a little extra
right?
PvE.
Yeah,
a crack and a spawn on them or whatever, something like that. Can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
My first time ever sailing in the Sea of Thieves. I loaded up the game. I got into a ship. I raised anchor. I dropped the sail. I was krakened immediately. That is my first experience in Sea of Thieves. You see, that's a good story. That was like 2 sentences. You're done. You got it. And by the way, it's all true. Here's another story. The other day, being chased, we sank a brig. Could only do it because the Kraken spawned in them. Otherwise, we just couldn't sink them. Got all their loot. They were coming at us. We ran away. They were going to catch us. So what we did is we just dropped loot one by one off of our ship into the water, and they had to make the choice to pick up their loot or chase us. They chased us. By the time they got to us, we turned in their flag. We had nothing left, and all their loot was in the water where they could never find it, would eventually sink. Look at that. Just a little bit longer, still short story, sweet, gone. And even that, you were a little like, I know where this is going. It should be over by now. I do like how the story you told involved me somehow still had something to do with arena. I was doing an arena obstacle course. I would like that every story about me involves the arena.
It was a good voyage that we had. Mm-hmm. It was a good fun time. So we got on a whole weird tangent. We were talking about seasons and we were talking about how the discoverability of Pirate Legend content locked behind the Mysterious Stranger and
I do like that they have Pirate Legend stuff in the seasons.
And I think that they should have more, and I think it should be hints to what's to come when they hit Pirate Legend, and then kind of buff out some of the voyages and issues with the current system, because I think it's overdue for an overhaul. I think it's due for an overhaul. There we go. I was trying to get there.
At the very least, the Athena's run of Thieves Haven should be off of Arena and down at the Pirate Lord.
Yes. Yeah. But at that point, it's like, how do you get Pirate Legends to know that there's non-Pirate Legends to know that there's Pirate Legend stuff down there?
Yeah, that problem still exists, but get that off of Arena. What are you doing? And the Arena's stuff should be out of her black market, defunct black market, and into the regular stores.
Yeah,
but we've been saying that forever.
Yeah, I mean that's at some point I'm hoping that they'll finally just move all that stuff to the actual vendors. Mm-hmm. Actually, I have a quick question. Weird tangent, and I'm sure that people are listening are like, "Oh my god, the tangents!" This is our conversation.
Is that the name of today's episode? Sea of Tangents.
Oh my god, the tangents. Yeah, we could do that. Sea of Tangents. That's a good name. I'm curious what your thoughts on the mysterious stuff that's being built up on the outposts is, because I've been asking everyone what they think.
We've talked about it before, but I don't recall if we talked about it on the show.
No.
I don't think we did.
No.
But you had an idea that it was you said it on the podcast, and I like that idea of like, oh, you can sell things that you normally couldn't sell, and you could buy things, and it ended up being, supplies are now sold at the merchant. Here's my guess, and I know there's obviously some sort of like mermaid update coming. Duke's been shouting that at us for a while now, as long as like there was an interview with Rare and the guy mentioned Mermaid Update, and like both Joni and whoever else was on, and he was like, interesting that you would bring up mermaids. I wonder why that was. Interesting. And I'm like, why are they being sassy about this? I thought they've been sort of like, flagging this from 10 miles away, but whatever. So maybe it has something to do with the Mermaid Update. I showed you last time we sailed that one of the outposts, its map that you can acquire by doing like a key voyage or a Nash and Chess voyage.
Oh yeah.
Has like almost like a little whirlpool sort of thing that was kind of close to where the building was being built. So maybe if there's like water access that has something to do with the mermaids. But my guess is it's the, oh boy, I'm going to be laughed at, but like, oh yeah, Caleb, you're number 9,000 to bring up this update. Maybe it's the long awaited captaincy update. From there, you can name the ship. From there, you can switch your ship size. From there, you can clear the damage on the side of your hull and other things that they would introduce with a captaincy update. Maybe that's the place you would interact with it for. I
mean, I would love that if that's actually what that is. That has been something that has been like asked for 3 years plus at this point. So I mean, yeah, if that's what they're going for, if that's what they're shooting for this, I'm all for it, because it's what people have been asking for. I would love for Rare to be able to check that off the list of things that people have been asking for and get back to whatever it is they want to make. Because
people who want to name your ships, why? Just that little plate above your ship, who's going to look at that? Why? I can think of only one way it would matter, is if with alliances, the name of the ship would appear above its image on the map for other players, your alliance crew members, and maybe Reapers, when they can see your ship, the name of your ship would appear above it. Maybe that may be too much information. That's the only way I can think naming your ship would really matter. It's kind of like the titles where no one's really gonna notice it, my dude.
A lot of people, though, and myself included, have lore behind their ship. Like any ship that I sail, I generally sail certain things for it. But it is called the Sitting Duck. And the Sitting Duck is the game that I came up, or the name that I came up with in the forums when they asked us what our ship name would be called if we could name it. And the Sitting Duck is the ship that I've been sailing forever. And with other people, whenever they get sunk, they have to change their ship name, lore wise, because they've been sailing the Holy Bartender forever for Chenzo, or they have like a set name and they keep that name until their ship is sunk, and it is a lore driven perspective. So to have that aspect represented in the game helps build out that fantasy, that immersion factor for them, especially since it's something that Rare has talked about wanting in the game. So the intent is there, and we've talked about intent versus actually putting it in the game. So I think that's something that people are driving forward to. If given the option, I probably would put my name on my ship, because there is also a sense of having a set crew and having a name associated with that crew, in the same way that people that have the Sea of Champions sails are looked at differently than just someone who has the normal Ghost Fleet sails. Someone that has Sea of Champions, they know that crew probably has one really good PvPer in there, and the rest of the crew could be completely new, but there's definitely one person on there that knows how to play the game to a level that is scary, and to probably fear that. And having a name on a crew, having a name on there gives a sense of people building up that outside of the game, so that you can say like, hey, we're the crew of the Erie, or we're the crew of the Holy Bartender, or we're the crew of the Sitting Duck. And those names start to earn reputation outside of the game, so that if you do happen to see it, it turns into one of those things like, oh my God, I ran into Captain Falcor in the seas. It was so cool. Or, hey, I got to run into the Longest Johns on the seas. That happened to Mina Fairy and Shaggy Dog in them. They know who the Longest Johns are because of their reputation outside of the game, and it just happened that they showed up there. But if they had the Longest John's ship, you would sail over there and be like, hey, can we get a shanty? Or,
but
hey,
how would you know the name
hi?
Without boarding it and looking at the nameplate?
How would well, if it's on the map, like say it represents it on the map, and you see that ship.
That's about the only way I can think of it.
Maybe you don't see that. Maybe the name doesn't appear on the ship until that ship is actually within visible range. Like maybe not render range, but within, like, you can see it from your ship. You can see that ship and then go on the map and see
like
that there's
how
a
names
ship
are
on
above
there.
your teammates, even if you're far away. The name would appear above the ship. Maybe
something kind of like that. It
gets a little weird, I think. Regardless,
here's the thing.
It wouldn't hurt.
I'd rather have it tested in the game, as opposed to dismissing it as something that not that people wouldn't actually implement.
Sure.
Because at least it would give the option for people if they wanted that, and it's not going to be.
What is the name of Merrick's ship?
The Killer Whale.
The Killer Whale. One interesting thing there, and maybe the best use of a title, is that you can get the title Captain of the Killer Whale once you get all the Killer Whale parts. That's kind of cool. If you could get captain of the name of your ship, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I think it would, maybe with a captaincy update, maybe they introduce captains to your crew, and you can name a captain, and you can have that captain. It kind of goes back to the idea of like having the brig repurposed as a locker for your treasure, and the captain has the key. And if the captain dies, then the key's dropped, and then someone can go and unlock the locker. I know it's not an idea a lot of people do, but can you imagine if you had a really
until
good
you said that
PvPer?
just now? I'm not sure I've heard you say that before, where the captain, when he dies, drops the key. That's now I went from kind of hating your idea to kind of liking the idea. I actually kind of like how he drops it.
Yeah, like wouldn't it be cool? Like, you know how we go on the merchant voyages to go recover the lost ledger?
Sure.
Like the captain goes down with the ship and the captain has the ledger. If you were the captain of your crew and you're the best PvPer, you get to be named captain and you get to hold on to the key that you unlock. And like everyone on the crew has access, but the only way that another crew can actually access it is if they kill the captain and unlock it. And then once they unlock it,
I'll tell you this though, every good crew, every really good PvP crew keeps the loot at the front of the ship on the top. They don't care.
I know. But that's another thing that's a whole nother topic of like, how do you incentivize people to store? Because we used to store it on the bottom of the ship. We used to stack it in the bowels of the ship.
You're not afraid of people anymore. It's like when I was doing my grind for the Arena 240, you know, you get chill until you come across somebody that's of your skill. You get just so confident. It's like, yeah, my Athena's in the front of my ship. Okay, what are you going to drop it off the ship? We'll kill you and take it back if we have to. If you can get on our ship to do that, my dude. If you can stay on it long enough to grab it, we'll be impressed that you even touched it. And then when you find across somebody, all of a sudden, you know, these guys are really good. Maybe you did keep that. You're keeping that Athena in the captain's quarters. Actually, usually you keep Athena where you can see it. But anyway, your good stuff, you start hiding it. Like when we would come across like an NAL team or another professional team in Arena, and then all of us just like sweat mode activated, and we would be like quivering a little bit. And you know NAL teams, because like half a second of the match, you're hearing all 4 cannons going off. And them just from 9 miles away, just you know, block the sun with cannonballs. You're like, oh, it's NAL guys, time to get in our thing. And you're sweating, you're shaking, you run through adrenaline, and I'll have you know, 50-50 win rate against those guys. By the way, dab, cool. Dab on the gamers. Cool story, bro. But you know, so when that happens, then your behavior changes a little bit. Okay, yep. Let's not all shoot off to board now. Maybe we need to keep some people on the ship.
Okay, no, so this is a perfect example of why ship names would garner such a fear. You know, if you knew that an NAL team had a set name for their ship because it's everywhere on social media,
you've turned me.
That would be a great.
You've convinced me, except for I'm not sure how it gets implemented beyond having to board the ship and see the name on the nameplate. And I don't think the brig and the sloop have a nameplate, especially not the brig.
So that was actually answered on in one of the books, one of the concept arts the game. I'm so sorry. I'm going to teach you how to read one day. It's going to be great. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Your whole world is going to open up. But and it's a picture. I could show you the picture. You don't even have to learn how to read to see.
I am writing my notes here in hieroglyphics.
That's good. That's, you know, whatever stick figures make you feel better at night. No, it would be on the front of the ship towards the bow, along the top railing, where like if you had the bowsprit and right behind it is the front of the actual livery set, it would be along the top row of the actual ship there. It works. It looks good. I don't know where it'd be on a sloop, but I imagine it'd be
sloop fits kind of because there's like an entrance to the map area, so above that, I guess, under the wheel.
That'd be nice. It's not for us to decide or come up with the solution for it, but I think it's one of those things where there's definitely.
Listen, Rare. It's not for me to figure out how you implement dragons. It's for me to tell you, put dragons.
Get out of here with your dragons. Get out of here with your dragons.
I want to have dragons and Sea of Thieves. You know what I'm saying here? I need wyverns. I need all these things.
Oh my god. Nope. Hard pass. Go play. Go
throw
play
away
Immortals,
all the work
Phoenix
on your
Rising.
mermaid update and dragons.
Go play Immortals Phoenix Rising. You'll get your wyverns.
Airships. When are they coming into the game?
Airships.
What was that? There was a game that was kind of like Sea of Thieves, but only PvP with airships.
With airships? I don't know.
Yeah, it was all just airship, player versus player. Guns of Icarus, I think it was called.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a game. But
Seasons, yeah. Logan.
Seasons 2. Sea of Tangents.
Sea of Tangents. Seasons. Another thing I like about Seasons is how the UIs has a whole nother row for Plunder Pass items instead of them being in just one row with the normal season stuff. I really like that. It's a good way to delineate between, what is in the Plunder Pass and what you get normally. And like you said, wonderful that they added ancient coins. So now you're getting double what you got last season. Brilliant. And you heard me say earlier that I would not have bought the Plunder Pass if that wasn't the case this season. And I want to tell you why. It is because there is a fundamental, in my opinion, a fundamental flaw in the Plunder Pass. And so my constructive criticism is I think that the Plunder Pass would be greatly improved by replacing the items that are already available in the Emporium with something else. The way I think about it is this. The items I'm interested in from that list, I've already bought. And the items I didn't buy because I wasn't interested in them. So what's the pass offer? Stuff I already have or stuff I'm not interested in. In the case of the stuff I already have, it kind of sucks to see them in the past. And there's I want to be fair to say there's an argument to be made that There is an argument to be made that maybe some of the items you wanted but didn't buy for any number of reasons, So that's fair, and that's the case in some cases. I don't think it's not the case for me and not the case for a lot of people. And even so, that would only be for some of those items. They would still have items for those people that would fit in the categories I talked about. So my suggestion is that the Plunder Pass would only have the items that are coming in the future, or, and I'm really proud about this suggestion, so I'm going to feel really bad if you don't like it, Logan.
Okay.
Use previous Twitch drops. We've rarely seen Twitch drops come back. This would be a great place to bring them back. Obviously, have the period of time of exclusivity. Don't introduce what was just Twitch dropped a week ago. It could, a year ago, whatever you want to make that number be. But I would be so much happier to see the items in the Plunder Pass that are already in the Emporium. Again, not the stuff that comes out later. That stuff's all cool. But the items that are already in the Emporium be replaced with Twitch drops. And if you don't like that idea, maybe you would like the idea of just filling out the Plunder Pass, some of the blank spots with Twitch drops. For example, I missed a piece of the Ori set, or 2 pieces of the Ori set, and it kills me, and I have no real chance to get it back again. It'd be so great to see it in the Plunder Pass, and now people who weren't there, they get a chance to get it, and me, who didn't complete the whole thing, I get a chance to get it. I'm forever going to hate that I don't have one of the instruments from the Gilded Phoenix set, and maybe it'll come back in a year or 2 years. It probably won't, because the only thing I've seen come back in the Twitch drops, aside from the Obsidian 6-pack, which is their go-to to give away in many different ways, is...
Used to be, at least.
Say it one more time?
It used to be, at least.
Is it not really
back
anymore?
when they... Well, I mean, they don't do the weekly streams anymore.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is the... what is it called? The Halo theme, the Spartan set, that came back, and that only came back because they finished the set. So it was like, hey, you can get all of it now. Before you couldn't even get all of it because all of it wasn't designed. It was, just the basics, the flag, the sail hull, figurehead. Aside from that, I can't think of a single thing that's come back on Twitch drops. It's kind of like they're gone for a while. Who knows if they'll ever come back? But if they're in the Plunder Pass, I think it solves that problem I was talking about. And I'd really, really like to see them do that.
Yeah, the trouble is I'm curious how they would work out the stuff that's in the Plunder Pass being gone once the season's over. Because I'm fine with that, but we're running into the same issue where they only released it once as Twitch drops. How do they bring it back if they're not going to do it as Twitch
Plunder
drops?
Pass stuff comes to the Emporium eventually, as we've seen with like the Dark Warsmith weapons. So that would eventually come to the Emporium, like we saw with the fighting frogs. That was exclusive to the Battletoads game, and then eventually came to the Emporium.
Yeah, but that was tied behind engaging with Game Pass or buying the game outright and playing through the first level. This was all stuff that was released for free through drops. So it's not something that was locked behind a purchase.
I don't think that matters that much. It was in Twitch. You had 2 opportunities to get it for free. It's like when we earned the shark teeth to earn parts of the Shrouded Ghost Hunter set, when we earned parts of the Blighted Ship set, it's a chance to get it for free. If you missed it, you still got to buy it. That's the way it works.
Yeah, it's that's true. They did bring in that content that way. I'm totally fine with it. To be perfectly honest, I don't have any problem with it. I'm fine with them recycling cosmetics that haven't been re-released if I have them, because obviously I've paid for the first 2 season plunder passes, so I'm okay with getting the content that I already have if I have it. I'm fine if they decide that they want to bring back those old Twitch drops. The trouble that comes is if those Twitch drops then move from the season pass into the Emporium, that reduces the amount of cosmetics that they can then recycle for future Twitch drops if they ever want to bring them back, because they're already available through the game.
It is true.
But
in that case, maybe then they just wouldn't go to the Emporium.
Yeah. So that kind of goes back to the idea of like, okay, well, if they're limited because they were only available through Twitch drops, they're limited because they only came to the season pass. Mm-hmm. Do they then go back into the Twitch drop rotation? And if so, is that going to drop engagement for people that have already got them? And I don't know. It's an interesting discussion that I would love to be a fly on the wall in a meeting when they're working out like how they decide what content comes to Twitch drops and what content comes to the season pass. Because even with the Twitch drops, we found out that they're bringing in more Twitch drops that I believe it's starting on the 7th and going to the 11th, and they're going to be bringing out the Gilded Phoenix jacket, the Gilded Phoenix boots, the drum show-off emote, which I haven't seen, the Phoenix belt, and then the Phoenix eye patch. So we already know that they're going to be continuing more of the Gilded Phoenix set next weekend for people to be able to get that content. And then after that, it's like, well, when will they run out of the Gilded Phoenix set? And then what comes after that? Are we going to go back to other drops? Or are they going to bring in new content? How are you going to be able to earn the Gilded Phoenix set if you weren't getting the Twitch drops kind of thing? And I'm kind of with you on that I think that kind of content would be good if they brought it to the Plunder Pass, but I think I would rather have it in conjunction with the stuff that's already in the Emporium, as opposed to making it replace the content that's in the Emporium, because there's still people that have gotten all these Twitch drops, and it would really suck if, the first 2 seasons they get Twitch drops for all this content, and then, seasons 3 and 4, the Plunder Pass is the same content. It's like, well, I already got this stuff.
That's fair.
And I got it
I'm
for
really
free.
I'd be very happy if that was the case as well. It's just, it filled out the Plunder Pass. But I stand by, I think it's really poor form to have stuff that's already in the Emporium in the Plunder Pass for the reasons I stated earlier. Either I didn't buy it because I didn't like it, or I've already bought it because I liked it. Both cases feel bad.
Yep.
Here's a little snafu. Barrel emote, which is phenomenal, by the way. Lots of fun. Yeah. Barrel emote is in the regular seasons. How is that going to come to us? Because all emotes are in the Emporium, and supposedly the seasonal stuff isn't supposed to be put in the Emporium. Just the Plunder Pass stuff is supposed to be put in the Emporium. So where's that barrel emote going to go?
They could just make it free in the Emporium.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be the solution as well.
Because they do generally have free emotes every new refresh. So, and
those don't stay free though. The only free emote that stayed is the hide emote, which this is a hiding emote.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll probably work it out. I'm not too worried about it, but it is interesting
with the barrel emote. They should make it a traversal emote where you can stay emoted and move. And what happens is you pick up the barrel and you have quick little footsteps as you go around.
I would love that. You know they can't work that out.
It would also have to have like the like you're watching a Bugs Bunny cartoon of his feet every time it was.
Yeah, yeah. I would love it if they worked out how the emotes could actually facilitate that.
There's a barrel somewhere. I hear it moving.
It'd be great. It's a missed opportunity, but at the same time, the way that they have the emotes is totally different to like anything else that they have in the game. Nothing else in the game locks you in position outside of the cursed cannonballs, and that's like a timed effect. So it would be really interesting to see how they work out how to bring emotes so that you can move around with the emotes. Because I'm with you. I'm on that.
And so it's not all negative. I do really like that the Plunder Pass offers, previews of things that you can't get until next season. I think that's really cool to, got the Warsmith weapons early. This season does have another little snafu in there, which is another reason I wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't for those extra coins that threw me over the edge, was that I'm kind of worried that I'm going to throw money away. The Black Phoenix stuff is really cool, but I'm worried about spending the money now when I can buy all together in a bundle at a discount later when it comes to the Emporium. So am I going to be saving money, losing money? Is it going to flush out? I really don't know. And that kind of, mystery put me off it.
Yeah, I can see that. Because, you only get the sails and you only get the figurehead. You don't get the hull, which if they had put the hull in there, then you would be getting the basic set, right? And that makes sense. So it is kind of a weird mishap of like, why are you only getting... And maybe that's because they plan on putting... Because right now, if you look at the Plunder Pass that we're getting, you do get the cameo hull, and you get the Viva Pinata cannons, and the cannons are part of the full collection, whereas the hull for the elemental set, for the cameo set, is just one part of the standard bare bones collection. So maybe they plan on taking the Phoenix set and fleshing out the rest of it throughout the rest of the seasons. And if you want to buy the whole set, you can just buy the whole set if you haven't been collecting the Plunder Passes. I mean, it's more incentive.
I sure hope not. I don't want them to take one set and spread over multiple seasons. Like with the Frostbite set, it is killing me that they didn't finish it. And that, like, we see the lanterns on the loading screen, so we can only assume that in a later event, like we did for the Frostbite fishing rod, we're going to get the Frostbite lantern as a reward. It's killing me that they're piecemealing it. I want this whole set. The cannons look great. I can't wait to see everything else. I love the clothing. And it'll really, 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 really irk me if, like, the next season or a future season's theme is like, well, now it's the Frostbite equipment or ship set or whatever. No, come on. Make each season a different thing, and don't piecemeal out the rest of what was introduced in one season over the whole year in other seasons. Please don't. Please don't.
Well, we're kind of seeing that with the free tier of the season pass, though, is that they are taking the plunder, or they're taking the regular renown season pass, and the lucky handset is spread out along the entire pass.
Right.
So if you're taking plunder pass content and you're spreading that out across the seasons, like that makes sense. We're getting the Frozen Ashes blunderbuss this season. Next season, we'll get another part of the Frozen Ash.
I am fine with you spreading it over one season. Spreading it over multiple is torture.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
It's cheap if season 1 is Frostbite clothing and season 3 is Frostbite equipment. Come on.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just showing the logic behind why they're doing it. If that's what they plan on doing it. It makes sense to keep engagement if they want to do that. I don't agree with it, but that's, what they do, and what I disagree with don't always line up.
Yeah, you mentioned something. You mentioned the Frostbite blunderbuss, or Frozen Ashes blunderbuss, I should say. Excuse me. That is one of those one-off, and there's been a little change in the one-offs that you might have noticed. In season 1, they were called Seasoned. It was the Seasoned Bone Crusher Wheel and the Seasoned Kraken Lantern, which I don't get into that. The Seasoned Kraken Lantern was green, and then one of the updates, they introduced a whole bunch of green Kraken set. which include a Green Lantern. I don't understand. Whatever, you can explain that to me because no one can, because it doesn't make any sense. But regardless, and they mentioned that they wanted to have an opportunity to do one-offs without having to complete a whole set, because that's something like 50 different cosmetic pieces that they have to get their company to create. So it's cool if they have an idea of. It'd just be cool if we had a Bone Crusher wheel where the wood was black, the wood was white, and the bones were black instead. Oh, that's a cool idea, which by the way ended up being a phenomenal idea. A lot of people love that, and I love it too. And then there was things like there was the Eastern Jade's Eye of Reach, which didn't have seasons in it named because there's a whole Eastern Jade set. So it's like, okay, that's something that they're beginning to finish off a set. Now, this season, they are not called seasoned. They're called. Let me find it in my notes. I wrote it down. Give me a second. They're not called seasoned.
I can't remember what they're. If there's any kind of indication.
There is.
Okay.
Isn't called the season item anymore. Not even in. Okay, so they don't even call them anything anymore. They're not called seasoned anymore. So, like the blunderbuss, it's just called the Frozen Ashes blunderbuss. What are some of the other ones that are in this season? I'd have to look it up again. I'm sort of.
There's the plunder, or there's the they had the frozen. It's funny because I had this and I clicked out of it because I didn't know that I was gonna need that stuff anymore. But let me see if I can dig it up. But I know what you're talking about. They're essentially they're
the decorated
not
hurdy-gurdy. The Emerald Ocean Crawler Cutlass.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not called seasoned anymore, which is interesting.
That to me just speaks that they are they're planning on fleshing out these cosmetics with a full set, and they don't want to have to worry about seasoned in the future.
Though? I don't know if we're going to get a whole decorated set or a whole Emerald Ocean Crawler set. Now we can't tell. Like before, when it had seasons in its name, we knew that it wasn't going to get more. And when it did have seasons in name, like the Eye of Reach, we knew, okay, it was going to be part of a set. Now that we don't have that distinction, it's up in the air. We could get a whole Emerald Ocean Crawler set. We don't know. I will say, I hope to goodness gracious we get the Frozen Ashes everything. Clothing, weapons, equipment. I think that looks phenomenal. I would love to get everything in that. I hope it's not a one-off. I mean, if it's a one-off, I'm glad we got something out of it because it looks great. But I would love for that to be a whole set.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the for example, the decorated hurdy-gurdy. It has a little sun on the bridge, and it has a little palm tree with some birds along the or on the bridge, and the top of it has like a little sun. It looks like it's very tropical and it's cute. I would love to see a full set built out around that. And I think because they're calling it the decorated hurdy-gurdy, I would hope that there's a decorated concertina and a decorated banjo and a decorated drum and a decorated, they kind of build out that kind of Caribbean look to all of those cosmetics and bring those in. But, at this point, it's too early to know. Like, we have no way to know like how, and we've already been told things are going to change in season 3 and season 4. So at this point, I'm trying not to dwell too much on what their naming conventions are or their sets, and I'm just kind of trying to take a look and seeing like where are they building up certain things and where are certain things going to be leading to, because I'm hoping that, for example, the Ocean Deep theme that we're in right now gets built out with more mermaid stuff in the future and gives us more reason.
You think they would save Ocean Deep for their mermaid update?
Yeah, whatever they come out, whenever they come out and explain like what the mermaid statues are and stuff, I would hope that they bring in Diving Bell and Nine Cat Sonura and have like a whole kind of uncovering of what's going on.
Are those characters from the books, Logan?
You may remember them from the game. They were in the game in Tall Tale 1, I believe. Oh wait,
they were? Really?
No, I'm just messing with you.
Okay. Because there's a book where you get the journal. Maybe he was in there. You got me.
But no, I mean, I'm hoping that they probably got this kind of planned out. So I would imagine that they would probably be working out how all of this is lined up, and that the content that we're getting now is fun stuff that they've worked on that they don't have a really good way to implement. Because that's been one of the problems with the community has always said, give us the content when the content's ready. We know that you're sitting on content. Well, now they're giving us content when content's ready, or at least they're piecemealing out parts of it through the renown system. And now we're talking the opposite. We're saying, no, just give us all of it in one season. Give us all of it.
It's almost like the community
in
is
one
one voice and we're individuals with different opinions.
That's weird. I don't feel comfortable with this, how this is going.
I will say the Ocean Deep does make for some cool titles. Like when you get progressive titles, it's like I'm never going to use the old ones, like the stuff of, when you progress through the company. Like you might meme it, but aside from that, you usually go with the last one. Each of these sound cool, from Sailor of the Ocean Deep to Rogue of the Ocean Deep to Master of the Ocean Deep. All of those I could see myself using. They're cool titles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool that it's weird because I've kind of resolved to just not ever having a different title. So for me, titles have really lost their value compared to back when I was like a merchant captain, and I was proud of that title because I worked so hard at getting chickens and snakes and junk, compared to now where it's like I'm the bearer of the Reaper's Mark. Mm-hmm. I'm until another title comes out in the game that better represents the fact that I have the Reaper's Mark tattooed on my arm, and it says Captain Logan, the dude who tattooed the Reaper's Mark on his right arm. I'm probably going to stick with the bearer of the Reaper's Mark.
If we ever get presets, I would definitely have titles with different outfits.
Yeah.
But I have been sporting my legendary Sea Dog for a while because I'm proud of it.
Which kind of speaks to, having more titles with and that's the thing too. That's what I love about the different titles in this pass that you're talking about is, while Bearer of the Reaper's Mark is the thing that speaks to me, for all I know, Legend of the Ocean Deep speaks to someone else. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad that they are putting these different titles at the different levels for people who see it and they're like, oh my God, that encapsulates who my pirate is. And I absolutely love it. I'm so glad that that's even an option, because for a long time we were getting titles through commendations and they were kind of random based on the event. And you never really knew what the progression was. But now there is a set actual progression for these themed titles.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been way too positive. I want to get mad about something. I am very mad that they added the golden barnacle cannons, because they're my new favorite cannon, and I worked so hard for my legendary cannons, which were my previous favorites, that they would add something else that would supplant them is infuriating.
Well, I'm glad that you found something that you like.
I love them. I think they're so great. Oh, they look so good. I love them so much. If I put on my legend set, nice. I'm putting those cannons on instead of my legendary cannons. They look so good.
Yeah, they did a good job with those. I would love to see what a full black and gold set looks like in that style. It's really cool.
All right, look, I got a big question for you. And I think it's the question on everyone's mind.
Oh, really?
This is, we're partway through season 2 now. How do you feel?
We're also 3 hours into the podcast too.
That's right. And I'm ready to keep going. Guys, if this ends, it's because of Logan. All right. I'm on page 2 out of 8 of my notes. I'm ready to keep going.
All right. We'll shotgun. See it tangents.
I'm joking. I'm not. We're on the end of. We're almost on page 3 of my 5.5 notes. I'm just teasing. Seasonal update cadence. How do you feel about the updates we've received in seasons compared to when they were doing a monthly cadence? I sort of, and I haven't thought very hard about this, but just gut reaction. It kind of feels like we're not getting more content in the game each season than we did when we had monthly updates. It's kind of almost more accurate to say they kind of did bi-monthly updates, but regardless. So season 1, we got the Lost Cargo voyage. Season 2, we got commodities. Those kind of feel to me sort of the size of when we had monthly updates. What do you think?
It's pretty clear to me that a lot of the the content that we would be getting monthly is coming dished out in throughout the 3-month season. I think the thing that I like more about the seasons is that it's a promised cadence, and the content that we're getting in there is working towards an end goal, which is the season pass, and the events that we get in there are no different than the monthly cadence content that we got. Because I mean, there was a time where we were getting merchant quests, or was it merchant quests? It was the bilge rat stuff that was just like, it was, oh God, it was the worst. It was the slowest, most boring stuff, like going out and finding dark relics. Like, really? That's what we're going to do for the next month? And then the next month after that, I was like, all right, cool. You got dark relics. Go grab these crates and deliver them to Wanda. And it's like, why? So the fact that the seasons have kind of built up the content isn't really like content drops. It's more like events that happen throughout the season. And it just helps to contribute to give you a reason to do something different during the season. I'm a lot happier with, because I don't have to do the events thinking that is the next content update and I have to deal with the content update. The event is just like, if you want to do something that isn't the normal thing, then there's another carrot on the stick to chase after.
I think for me, part of it was either for setting expectations, I misunderstood them, or they communicated them poorly. Because the way I understood it was each season would have like a big dump of content. Like, hey, because we can work on something for 3 months instead of 1 month, here's the big dump. And, some people have said, and I think fairly, you made us, wait, because, season 1, it's like, hey guys, believe in us. Season 1, we couldn't have the 3 months to work on it. So, give us a little break. And then season 2 comes out and it's the same amount of content. And I'm like, well, you had your 3 months, so why did I give you that credit for? But regardless, that aside, because I thought that I was going to get a whole bunch of, dump at once, it kind of, it fell short to me. But like what you're saying is we're getting events, and they used to be a whole month's worth of content was an event. We got, I think, 3 events last season, if not 3. We got a good number of events, plus we got 2 or 3 Emporium updates. And with the Emporium updates also came in-store recolor cosmetics were delivered, as well as in season 1 we got the entire Dark Adventurer set. So it isn't the way I thought it was going to be, the big dump at once. It's a game change at once, like the Voyage in season 1 or the season Commodities and the Fort of Fortune. Here's the gameplay change, and then while these 3 months go on, every month, more cosmetics, more Emporium, and more events. So now that I'm looking at it, my expectations now meeting reality, now I feel much better about it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like that was the problem that I had with the original content cadence, is that I never felt like it always felt like they were butting up to the last minute to release the next month content.
Yeah.
And it never felt like they had a buffer. Now it feels like there's a buffer because they've set up 3 months worth of events. They have the season that people can work on, and they've given themselves a quarter cadence with the 4 teams that they have, because they've taken the one team that was working on Arena and brought that back to work on content. And it feels more like the first year where they had one team build up the Hungering Deep, and that was going to be the shallowest of content drops because it was the one that was coming so quickly after launch. And then Cursed Sails was due after that, and that was going to be after 3 months of that team working. And the Hungering Deep team, when they were done with Hungering Deep, would then work on the 4th content update, and they would have like a full 9 months to work on that content update. And that ended up being Arena and Shrouded Spoils and Tall Tales. And each team had increased amount of time. So the team that worked on season 1 now has until season 4 to finish whatever they're working on. And the season 2 team is now working on the content for season 5. And I much prefer that content. So while we're not getting the huge content drops that were like Hungering Deep and Cursed Sails and Forsaken Shores and Shrouded Spoils and Tall Tales were getting seasons, but the events that go on throughout those seasons are going to be better paced compared to having everything dropped all at once at the beginning of a big event, and then everyone grinding through that and then being bored to tears for the next 2 months afterwards because they're completely done with that content. And it's not the constantly running up to the deadline of the monthly cadence and being like, we're not going to hit it. We're going to have to push it to the second or third or the fourth week of the month to get this next update out, because it's just not, there's a big bug that came in and it's pushing out the content. So I much prefer this system. I think it gives people a set start and a set end, and it gives the teams enough time to work on future content as other teams are prepping the upcoming seasons, and then they get to jump on a longer dev time or dev cycle before they have to come out with their next season. And I think that's a much better cadence. It's a much better understanding of what you're getting and how it's going to be delivered throughout each season. Because whatever happens throughout this season, it's only going to be happening during the season. And whatever's coming out in the future, we won't know about until we get closer and closer to the end of this season. So exactly when new content is coming outside of the events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think those are all great points. I'd say the only thing I'd like to add is I think it seems that this season is sort of setting up that there's not going to be 3 events. This event is very long, and I would almost predict that this would be the only event if it wasn't for the case that we see that Frostbite Lantern on the loading screen, which makes me think we're definitely going to get another event.
So this is where I originally thought that. I definitely thought that was going to be the case, and I think what's going to happen is we're going to get smaller events that will overlap with this Reapers event, because as you brought up, the next week or the next section of this Reaper versus the World event isn't going to open up until March 6th, or no, May 6th. I don't know why I said March. May 6th is going to be the next part of this update, and that's when we're going to be going out and working to do stuff for the Order of Souls emissary. And at that point, it's kind of nice to me, because it's like if something were to come out that were skeleton related for a separate event that would track separately from the Reapers versus the World, then it would be a nice way to say like, okay, well, here's an even bigger incentive for you to jump on the Order of Souls emissary to complete this, while also getting credit for the overarching event and having these smaller chapters built out around the event. And that way you have a long-term goal with the Reapers versus the World, but you also have smaller events to kind of change things up. So it's not just about like, okay, well, I have to go hunt down flags for the Reapers, or I have to go represent the Order of Souls and stuff.
Well, I'll say the UI does support multiple events at once.
Yeah.
You go to the events page, there's like 3 slots, and I'm sure they could add pages.
Yeah. It's the functionality is built in. It's just a matter of whether or not they decide to tackle that. And if they do, I'd be really happy to see that happen. Because right now the event is nice, but I completed everything for the gold hoarders, and I'm kind of done, except for the the one skeleton fort that I have to unlock. Mm-hmm. That's the last thing I have to do. But I have till the end of June to get that done. So I'm not too concerned. Yeah, and the Reapers flags, but that's something that I think will come naturally, because most people generally fly as Reapers. So
I think it's cool that the event for this has the sort of thing where the reward for the Reapers is going to be whatever the most amount of flags was turned in globally. That's kind of cool. Like what the whole community did is what choose the reward for us.
It's unique. Like I didn't think that they would do something like that, and I kind of like that. I kind of like the idea. It's like, hey, as if we're keeping track of this junk for ledgers, then why not take advantage of that knowledge and be able to say like, hey, the more people do, the more people that contribute to this, the better the rewards are going to be for everyone, because that's, that's how it works out. But yeah, I actually really like that.
I love events. Events for me, they are the driving force of activity for me. Even more than the seasons, this is keeping the game alive for me. And even more than the new content they add with the start of a season, for me, it's what's the event that I got to do. It's a shame that we're talking about during this event when it's very long. Like you said, it's like, oh, I've got 3 weeks to do the gold orders before the next one unlocks. So it kind of hurts a little bit. But before this had happened, it was like, okay, well, I got a week or 2 weeks and I've got to do this thing. And I'm going to log into the game because I want to do this thing. And it really kept me playing the game. I loved it past level 100, past all the other things. It was this. I really love events. I was surprised to hear them say that they've got a lot of complaints about the way events have been working, because I didn't feel that way, and I hadn't heard people who communicated that to me at all. So I was very shocked to hear that, and they said they're going to make changes. I'm a little scared whether those changes are going to be. But I really like events. I like that they're a driving force for activity for everyone on the seas. Oh, when this event first dropped, I went to the emissary tables, and there was 5 people on the gold hoarder emissaries, and I'm like, yep, everyone's doing gold right now. And it's not where, well, that's just everyone's going to do, period, ever. It weans off, and eventually it spreads back out to the normal activity of the seas, but it gives you a little burst where, a driving force where people are doing this activity, and it's fun to be a part of that group, and then to either help, hurt, just different fun ways to interact when everyone's doing certain activities. I really like that. It also gives a great sense of community. I think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the biggest criticism is it came down to the loud minority who were saying that the events were too shallow and that there wasn't enough to them compared to what they were expecting for whatever reason.
I'm happy for iteration, and maybe it gets a little more fleshed out. That's fine. But I really do like them as they are now as well. Yeah.
Right now it's really kind of cool because today is the 1st of May. This is the May. I really appreciate the fact that the ledgers have reset with new cosmetic rewards. So the fact that they have a Reapers versus the World, where they're purposefully driving people to try out the different emissary flags to get different cosmetics. It is also incentivized by there being new rewards through the ledgers, and there's even more reason to try out the different emissaries and to continue that pressure to actually have people. It's like, hey, if you want to work on gold hoarders or Order of Souls, say like Order of Souls is starting on the 6th. If you want to get the ledger rewards for the Order of Souls and work on the event, that is a great way to grind out the top 25% for the ledger that you need, while also completing the event for this month to work on the ledger rewards. It's a really good pairing, and I don't think people appreciate just how good this event is in conjunction with the new rewards, because a lot of people will try to get all the rewards for the first month, but you don't necessarily have to. You can get just one this month and have it tied to the Order of Souls. And then next month in June, when Merchant unlocks, focus on getting the rewards for the Merchant Alliance and doing the event for the merchants and having that tied together. My only caveat is that I wish that this month had the rewards reset for the gold hoarders, so that way, during this event when I'm working on gold hoarders, I could have earned the ledger rewards for the new gold hoarder emissaries. But it's a minor issue.
So well put. I'm glad you shared that, because I didn't think about that either. That's really great, the way they sort of complement each other. And yeah, it's great to see that there's these new emissaries. Like you said, you wish the reward happened now. They didn't communicate very clearly. I mean, not clearly. I'm not like kind of worried about this one. Maybe I missed something. No, they definitely didn't communicate. I reread the patch notes and even insinuated that with this turnover, you're going to get new items. No. The emissary season, as it were, the emissary period, ledger period, ended a couple days ago, and now you're on to the new period. And it seems to be that emissary periods now, the ledger periods now, will always be a season long, and at the end of the season, you get to earn the new set. It's nice that it's progressive, so you don't miss out. You earn whatever one you're set next to earn, which is very, very nice. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Before, when I was making notes before this had happened, before season 2 had come out, I had written something like, one of the things that kind of hinders Sea of Thieves is that they have a lot of old content delivery and they don't remove it. It's one of its strengths as well, that there's all this content that builds up, but it's also like, oh, well, we delivered things through the black market, and then we delivered things through, the these limited time cosmetics, and then we delivered things through this way, and then this way, and then this way, and they all kind of stack on each other, and you're not going to do 9 different ways. And so they got rid of some, and they added others, and this was one that was kind of left behind, that we all saw the potential to easily continue. Like, just keep adding more emissary rewards, keep the ledger positions, keep refreshing, and it's a great way to drive me to do what I enjoy, however I enjoy progressing each company. For example, like when I used to hate doing merchants, now I enjoy doing the lost shipments, and that's probably how I'll progress it. And now that there's this, they really turn this around with now, hey, here's the new rewards, and that they make it last a season long. It's the perfect solution. So glad that they did this, and I'm happy to reach the top rank and get to see what all these new rewards are. Never mind. I don't want to talk about insider stuff.
Have you looked at the new rewards?
Oh, yeah. Yes. I've gotten up close and personal with these rewards.
Can I ask your opinion about the Athena rewards then?
Yes. So it is, for those who don't know, the Merchant, the Order Souls, the Gold Hoarder, and the Reaper are all ship sets. So like in the past, we got sales, also titles. Everyone get titles for the second tier. But for third and fourth, it's ship sets. In the past, we got sales. And now it is, filling out the rest of that. It's a hull and a figurehead. And the rest I'm going to safely assume anyway. We'll see. It's going to be more of filling out the ship parts. And like the Reaper, it's great because you had the glowing sails, and now it looks like it's a glowing hull. And we're going to get more of that. That's perfect. That's great. With the Athena, though, they did a little different. The Athena, it is a recolor of the Athena set. It's a recolor we've seen before. I don't know if we've seen the models, but we've seen it in concept art, which is gold and silver, maybe gold and something.
I lean more towards white, but
maybe I think you're right. Argument. Yeah, you're right. Gold and white. Is it white or silver? Leave it down in the comment. No, I'm joking. And they also got rid of the glowing parts, so it is completely corporeal, to use a reoccurring phrase. And I think that's great. It's a unique twist. It allows a recolor to be distinct from its original, and also the weapons were the last things you unlocked for Athena getting to 20. The last 4 levels were weapons. And so it's nice that you can't just get the equivalent of the weapon by just placing top in the ledger twice. I'm sure some people will be upset about that. I wouldn't have been so upset about it, but I can understand it from their perspective. But yeah, it's nice just to have a different thing and to have the cool gold look. I really, really enjoy it, and I can't wait to see the rest of the outfit and stuff. The weapons, the equipment, the outfit. All without the glowy bits and all gold and white. It's going to look great.
It's a real juxtaposition to the Dark Adventurer set, in my opinion.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Which I think is really interesting that they're delivering content in very different ways. That's the one thing that I've really loved about how Rare approaches things, and a detriment to my own desires. I don't want to have to do Arena that much to get those Pirate Legend weapons, but I appreciate the drive that they're pushing people to go there to get those. In this instance, it is clear that the Dark Adventure set is the gold sync for pirates who've been on the season. They want that set. They want that dark aesthetic. They have to drop all the gold to do that. In this instance, if you want the new Athena set, the white and gold cosmetics, you have to play through the ledger system to get those. It is a completely different approach. You have to just play the game and play through Athena Emissary to get those rewards, as opposed to just dropping a huge amount of gold in there. And if I can be a little meta about this, I think it's interesting that the reward for getting the gold and white set is to have adventures, to play through the Emissary, to enjoy it. Whereas if you want the dark adventurer set. It's just gold. It's just cold, hard metal that you have to drop.
One is prestige, one is gathering up greed. Oh no, I'm turning into the gold hoarder.
It's not about the gold, it's about the glory. And there's the two like am I getting a little too meta about that, or am I onto something? Because that's what I'm getting from that.
It's beautiful the way you've put it.
I think it's really hilarious if that's the case. Kudos to Rare for going 3 layers deep into how you're giving content. Yeah. The four what is it? Oh God, what is the 4D chess for Star Trek?
Of which I once called, oh man, he's doing a 3D chess play, and somebody said to me, Caleb, that's just regular chess.
That's just regular chess.
Oh no, I made a mistake.
Oh yeah, that's good. But yeah, if they're playing 4D chess here, and they are releasing the rewards of the white and gold Athena cosmetics through the ledger system, which is forcing you to play the game and have adventures, versus the dark adventure set where it is just telling you drop the gold because that's all you have, that's all you care about, and you get the really dark, cool cosmetics. That is a power play that I was not anticipating from Rare, and I absolutely love it.
Athena, and I've said before, the way I leveled up was doing Ashen Athenas and doing forts back during Shroud of Spoils, but nowadays, and I think it was the change when they added mermaid gems. I find them to be a little more boring. I find it annoying to dig up gems. I'd much rather dig up the company's treasure. And now with emissaries, if I get a treasure that I can't turn into my emissary, I almost don't care about it at all. It's like, why turn in anything unless I'm grade 5 emissary on the thing? And I understand that doesn't make a ton of sense, but it's just the way it kind of feels to me. So when I get gems that I can't turn to Athena, just doing an Ashen Athena or even a regular Athena, it's like, okay, well, the majority of the treasure I can't turn to Athena, and a bunch of the treasure isn't even like specific for accommodations and stuff for those companies. It's just gems.
Right.
It really turns me off Athena's, and the Athena's Run of Thieves Haven was refreshing and it changed, but I've done it so many times to not only get on the top of the ledger for the getting top 5 times for the achievements, but also to get all the pieces to be able to buy the Athena weapons, the Athena ship set, which I did most of before we got the Athena emissary, which, with the grade 5 made it easier to do. But I did it almost all through Thieves Haven run. It just, I'm kind of done with every Athena thing. Is really boring for me, but it's refreshing now that I can get almost a grade 5 with the Fort of Fortune. The Fort of Fortune reward, there's a lot of Athena's thing. When I did a Fort of Fortune, I did it as an Athena and I got almost a grade 5. We went and did like a riddle or something to finish up to grade 5. So now there's a new fun, refreshing way to top that Athena leaderboard. That's kind of fun. But this is a tangent on a tangent on a tangent on a tangent. We need to peel back these onion layers to go back each one. We're talking about emissaries. One thing I want to mention before we get off them is that they've added emissary tutorials, which are kind of nice. It's just like 4 pages. It's not like a video. It's like 4. It would be nice if it was a video. But it's just like 4 pages that kind of, with a little bit of text and pictures to explain how they work. For some reason, there's not an Athena tutorial. That's got to be a bug, right? I don't know. Or they just missed an oversight. But there's not an Athena tutorial for some reason. They changed emissary. I'll quote the patch notes because they can phrase it better than I can. The purchasable emissary flag required to represent a trading company has been renamed to an emissary license to reinforce its single purchase requirement. Let's avoid that license is spelled the British way, which is awful and terrible in every way that you can imagine. That's nice. Agreed. That makes sense. It's a nice little change to make it clear. But why did they change the UI for viewing the rewards? Which would make sense because, hey, you get to see the ones you unlocked previously, the ones you can unlock now, and the ones you can unlock next. Except the ones you can unlock next are nothing. They haven't put them in the game yet. So why change the UI to show me what I can get next when the next things aren't there and it's just a blank image saying, we'll come eventually? Rare, what are you doing?
I think it's just that. But I see where you're coming from. I definitely think that is something that will eventually get worked out. I just hadn't really considered I know what you're talking about. For whatever reason, it just didn't bug me though.
That's fine. I mean, they're little things. These are nitpicks. These are the definition of nitpicks. But let's go back on that. We got into emissaries from events. The last thing I wanted to say about events was I like the way they're structured and with the rewards. The benefit of doing them are free items that you will otherwise have to earn with accommodation and currency. It gives you a reason to do the event now, but doesn't lock you out of those items if you don't complete the event because you weren't around when the event occurred or whatever of the myriad reasons that someone didn't or couldn't do an event. But for those of you who put value in exclusive representations of your participation in an event at a certain times, there is always a title that is exclusive for those who do the event, and that title's requirement is always the hardest one to satisfy. For example, right now, the Reapers, you get 10 for the item. If you turn in 20 flags, then you get the title, and that title won't be coming back. That's literally the perfect way to do it, satisfying both sides of the divide. Brilliant, 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 brilliant.
I definitely see where the title is the carrot on the stick. I wonder how important to a general populace the title really is. I think the one title that really trumps all titles is the Hunter of the Shrouded Ghost.
This is true.
Because I think that is the one. So I'm curious, would someone who has the Hunter of the Shrouded Ghost be swayed by events like this that have the title as the I did this in the game kind of thing?
I think
for example,
every representation of that you were there doesn't have to be better than the last. I think obviously that title's the Shrouded Ghost, or if you could ever, I don't know, I would love to know if somebody has the legendary Hunter of the Shrouded Ghost, is going to trump a lot of things. But for people who put value, like they don't like that other people got Merrick's Drum because Merrick's Drum to them, even if they didn't often have it equipped, when they did have it equipped, it was because they wanted to show off that they were there. So now if you do have the desire to show off that you were there at a certain time, then you can put on that title and you can show it off when you have that desire. It doesn't necessarily need to be better than all the other previous ones. A lot of the time it'll be, tied to that event. Maybe this event, you have a lot of memories of when you hunted down those 20 flags, and the last event when you fished, you didn't have those memories, so you're going to wear the one from this one and not from the fish one. People who often talk about the exclusive items talk about how they got it, and that was what made them proud of it and why they would have that item, not necessarily because of its appearance.
Yeah, and I think titles is one of the few things that you can quickly change to show off your you being at an event without having to dig through a huge a whole bunch of cosmetics to try and like decide what
matches this eye patch I got. Now, everything matches the title.
I will say that I really wish that there was a way to dig down into different events. Like I saw the recommendation on Twitter, and forgive me whoever put out the tweet to say, like, if there's a cosmetic that's locked behind commendations, give me an option to click on that cosmetic and take me to the commendation that is required to complete so that I can earn that cosmetic. I'll go one further on that idea and say I wish that there was a way to go into the event that I completed and see all of the cosmetics that I got from it. Or have like a way in the UI to sort by events, so that if I did earn something like the Bone Crusher set, that I could dig through the event and equip all of the cosmetics associated with that to show off, like, hey, I was here during this. These are the cosmetics that I got, and I can click on them and equip them straight from that event. It would be a really good way for me to feel.
What's that? Their
like
UI isn't great, huh?
The UI is that is a whole nother bag of worms to dig through. But I'm
just like the
we'll have
event
to say
AI is. Oh, dab.
I my feelings on the event UI. I think
all
it
UI is really almost all
really
of it.
Cluttered, very very cluttered. Even like the emote wheels, super cluttered. But anyway.
But the events was a tangent off of the seasons. One last thing I wanted to say about seasons, this really is Sea of Tangents, was...
it really is.
It looks like stuff that was in one season won't be coming back in the next season. With the exception of the stuff that was in the Plunder Pass. We got all that stuff. here in the next season. But all the non-Plunder Pass stuff, none of the Frostbite stuff, none of the season weapons, none of that came back this season. And now it kind of throws in the air what exactly is coming back. In the past, we've deduced which items it would be and wouldn't be coming back. I'm not so sure anymore. Everything seems on the table aside from the titles, which again, maybe they are on the table, but it seems unlikely to me that the titles, anything that had Shroudbreaker in it, wouldn't be coming back. But even like the season stuff, the wheel, the Bone Crusher wheel and stuff like that, I feel like maybe we'll be seeing that, maybe we won't. It's really, really unclear. And like I said, even the one thing that I think maybe is the clearest, the Shroudbreaker stuff, even that I'm not confident of. We won't know until next season, or maybe even a future season after that, what exactly will be coming back from the seasons. How many or how long it should be either. How many seasons do you think it'll take before we get to see those cosmetics?
I'm thinking that those will probably start coming in like season 3, season 4.
You think there's going to be
I imagine
an entire season of exclusivity?
I think so. Because they obviously want to bring that stuff into the game. I think that they want to respect the people that have earned it the way that when it was fresh and want to live with it for a little bit. But I'm willing to bet that the content that they're going to be bringing into the game through future seasons is going to push people to want to jump on those cosmetics, and anything that they were using from prior seasons may be put to the wayside, or at least felt like they're kind of old hat. And then bring them into the season afterwards, so that people get their time with the cosmetics. Because if you really are about the exclusivity of the cosmetics, then you're going to stick to what you got and what really speaks to you regardless. But for the people that just want to get content and earn that content and then represent that content, I think having like a season of exclusivity would be enough before they can move on to the next thing. And that way it still kind of feels fresh.
Yeah. Well, I think one season in between, so I guess it's 2 seasons technically. The season you get it, and one season in between. Yep. That feels good. I think I was actually kind of thought it would be the next season, but a season in between, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
No,
I think it's just that they want to respect that time, but that's just my theory. I don't have any insider knowledge about that.
I've made a conscious effort not to bring up, in their podcast they talk about this, but I have one exception where I do want to talk about that. I listened to their podcast, and boy, it's a shame it wasn't a weekly podcast. I wonder what the cadence will be. But listening to that, it sure sounded like they were preparing us for a bunch of little additions instead of a big one, which certainly isn't what they communicated previously. That really, really reeked of trying to soften the blow from season 2's kind of lack of content, the expectation divide. Like, oh, hey guys, some of our seasons will just be a bunch of quality of life stuff. And before, it really seemed like it was bombastic. Each season's going to have a huge thing. And so, this season, what do we get with the big update? It was some of that quality of life stuff, or a bunch of little things. Emissaries get refreshed. We added a variation of forts, and now we've added commodities. These weren't like one big thing. It's a bunch of little things. It felt like a little bit of a you've misled me in the past, and you were trying to soften that blow, because that podcast did come out before season 2 did. But with season 2, we now do have some of these new things, and we now have reversed through all of our tangents to get to the Fort of Fortune that we talked about. But I'll give you a chance to respond to what do you think about they were kind of trying to soften the blow.
I'm kind of with you, honestly. I don't have a whole lot to really kind of add to that. After playing this game for years and getting to know the team, I kind of expected that. But at the same time, I also feel like there is a lot that's coming, and I think that we'll see that. I just don't think that it was going to be something that was going to hit on season 2. I think we'll probably see it come season 3, or I would hope season 3. I'm assuming that it'll actually probably be like season 4.
If an update comes out, a season comes out that's all quality of life, like nothing new, then I'll feel absolutely betrayed. If it's all like we just did a bunch of bug fixes.
Yeah, I don't think that they'll do that though. I think that the design of the seasons is to do what they've always done, but just have a better cadence lined up, and that the content that's going to be coming is stuff that would normally come on a every other monthly content drop. But I think that it's going to be better tested, and they'll feel more confident doing it every 3 months as opposed to every other month or every month when they try to put out content. Because that was always the problem with the monthly content, is that we were expecting there to be big content drop after big content drop after big content drop. And then when it came in and it was like bug fixes and a new voyage, and we were just kind of like, that's not really a big monthly content drop. Whereas with the seasons, I would expect that a majority of what comes in with the seasons is going to be tied to a theme that they have coming through. And that when they've got more teams with more time working on those, that will start to hit season 1 and 2, very analogous to Build Dread updates and Hungering Deep. Season 3 and 4, I expect to be a little bit closer to Curse Sales. Seasons 5 and 6, I will assume will be closer to Tall Tales. And the more time that the teams have with them, and the more they can work and test on that kind of stuff, the bigger and bigger the events will get until something happens. Hopefully, what I'm hoping is that seasons are the new norm, and that whatever comes out with in the next year is still based around seasons, and we can still expect that cadence, and that cadence affords the team the time they need to build out really awesome updates with each season. And that, the first season in any game is going to be kind of lackluster compared to 2 years down the line when you're looking at the Mandalorian coming with a whole bunch of hunters in Fortnite and stuff. And, you're just like, oh my God, how can Fortnite keep topping themselves? It's like, well, they have multiple teams working on independent seasons, and it's just taken them a couple years to get up to the point where they're completely outdoing themselves every other season. And Sea of Thieves is like at the precipice. They've taken the leap. Now we just want to see them really nail that dive as they get into the water in 6 months down the line, when they finally reach the water that they're jumping into.
I will say the season's length are good to me, and they fill it out with the events and things, and you have enough fun with the new stuff and using that stuff that by the time the new season rolls in, it's just about when I'm starting to get fatigued of the content that's in the game. I think it's a good cadence in that manner. They're filling out with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But Logan, what do you think about the Fort of Fortune?
I don't know. I haven't gotten to do one fully yet.
What?
No, I still haven't. It's been really frustrating because the other night when I was juking galleons through Flameheart's fleets, there was a Fort of Fortune up, but I was in the middle of a Kraken fight with a sloop when it popped. And I was like, doing everything I could possibly do to survive a Kraken and a skeleton sloop with peace balls, which was really annoying because you can't kill a Kraken if you can't use your cannons, and the friggin' ship is shooting peace balls at you every friggin' time. So you're just like sitting there. It's like, oh, cool. Well, I was about to kill this Kraken tentacle before it slapped me, but I can't because I just got peace balled. And the Kraken's completely ignoring the skeleton sloop. Thanks. But yeah, I didn't get to go over there. I would have found out that there was a galleon over there anyway at that point, and it wouldn't have mattered. But I love the idea of the forts. I think they're amazing. I can't wait to complete them and to work on them. But at this point, I still have yet to get to actually go do a complete skeleton Fort of Fortune, which is kind of a shame. But it is what it is. I will get there eventually. Just takes the right crew at the right timing. And I'm not... there's not a lack of content for me to go do anything. Like I said, when I was doing that, I was literally fending off 2 other PvE events at the same time to try and cope with the fact that I wasn't going to get to go. I know there's so much of it. God, I don't know why people are so worried about PV or hit registration. I can kill Kraken tentacles and skeleton ships easily enough all the time. Hit registration's fine for them. Well, I don't know.
I've done 2, one in an Alliance server and one in a non-Alliance server. And both felt like an Alliance server because they were uncontested on both. And when we did our live server, I'll call it. completely uncontested. We kept looking at the horizon, trying to make sure no one comes, and no one came. We raised Order of Souls when we went to do it, and we got to grade 4, almost grade 5, with Order of Souls, and there's not a single Order of Souls item in the vault, unless you count mermaid gems. So we got to almost level 5 just based on that alone, which was great. And actually, I'm not entirely sure if there are mermaid gems in there. The patch note says there were, but I don't recall picking up any. Whatever. I haven't done enough to be confident on that.
Fair.
My cat would like to make a cameo. Come here, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm busy. But we did that. We did the Order of Souls, and then because there was nobody bothering us, it's like, all right, let's just not touch the Athena stuff. We're right next to an outpost. Let's go drop everything off, raise up Athena, come back. And we had already changed flags. We were full of merchant cargo, so we threw that down, brought up the Order of Souls, did the thing, come back, drop down Order of Souls, bring up Athena, and then that's when everyone came out of the woodwork. We thought maybe we were alone on the server. 3 ships come, and they're coming to where we are, and the fort's right next to it. We've got all the stuff still in the fort. We're like, oh my gosh, now they come. We sink one, scare the others away. They had all their merchant stuff on them, so we're like, I guess we're definitely going back to merchant now. Oh my gosh, my cat. He's such a boy.
See, that's what happens when you invite the cats. That's why I keep the cats outdoors.
Such a boy.
Because if I keep the
So yeah, I think I got half of my steal your merchant cargo from that one merchant vessel. It had so much. But anyway, so we went back with Athena, picked up the Athena stuff, got to almost grade 5, did a finish grade 5, turned in the Athena stuff. Then we put up merchant and continued our merchant rounds. So that right there is an example of a bad story. You see, nobody wants to hear the story. Was that entertaining to you to hear how many times I put up and brought down my flag? Or would it have been just fine to say there was no one, and then when we went to turn in, everyone came out of the woodwork? That would have been a good story. Nobody wants to hear your stories. Your stories. That's what this game is about. No, Rare, you're wrong.
Ahoy there, pirates. This is the ad for this episode, and I did want to let you know if you wanted to avoid these and just get a regular filler, you can head over to the Patreon. There's a special feed just for patrons that get the ad-free version. If you want to keep listening, though, I can't say I blame you, because this week I want to let you know about Loot Crate and getting 15% off of most crates and crate subscriptions when you use the link and code Robots Radio in the show notes. Also, you can head over to audiobooks.com, get your first 3 audiobooks for free, and that can include any 2 VIP books, or use the affiliate link for Green Man Gaming. If you're a PC gamer or you'd like to save money on games, it's one of the benefits of being a PC gamer. Head over to Green Man Gaming. You can get codes for Steam, Epic, any of the different stores that they have deals going on. They have deals going on all the time, and if you plan on buying there, please consider using our affiliate link. All of that goes straight to me through the network. Thank you all so much for everything that you do to support this podcast. It means the world to me, and I continue to try and improve the quality and content for you. With that, pirates, let's get back to the show.
But the fort, it was fun to do. It was lively. Forts have a little bit waned because of fire. Fire makes it so easy now. You always had a bunch of kegs around the fort. Those ran out, and like gold skeletons. Oh, now we got to deal with them. And like once in a while, you had a cool fort that had like a cannon pointing into the fort, and that was fun. But once you have fire and you could just throw fireballs, every wave died in 3 seconds. Just fireball, 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 fireball. Now they made a fort that said, instead of being like, there's 2 ways you can balance things. One, you can either nerf things, or you can bring the other things up to that par. You hear that a lot of like in card game design. New cards get cooler and cooler. And instead of nerfing the cards that are too good, they look at old cards and you bring them back up. People like that. And same with like strategy games and stuff like that. It's a good way to do things. So here they're like, all right, instead of nerfing how much fire damage does, we're going to in fact give you 1,000,000 fire things and just throw so many skeletons at you and strong skeletons at you and skeleton captains that it's going to be fun. And we're going to leverage the fun thing. We're going to make it fun again. And now I really enjoyed that about the Fort of Fortune, having so much fire stuff. There was a point where we had 2 chests of rage next to each other, and a skeleton popped up with a keg. Throw the firebomb on him. The firebomb hits the chests of rage. They explode. They set off the keg, which set off the other chest of rage, which set off the other chest of rage. We had like 9 explosions based off of one fireball. It was amazing.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That's such a good plan to set it up too.
I think it's really cool, the skull. It looks like it's a candy coated shell. There's a shell of a cloud around what it looks like as a red glowing underneath skull, and some of it's been peeled away and you can see it. You think it'd be purple?
You're talking about the for clarification, he's talking about the skull cloud that appears for the Fort of Fortune.
Yes, the event cloud. Thank you for clearing that up. I think it's a little weird that it's red. You think it'd be purple for Athena, but it does make sense because every weapon you get is either a fire weapon or a keg that lights things on fire as well. And the final boss is fire themed. It does add to a little weird thing, which is all the weapons you get along the way are unusable against the final boss because he's immune.
I think
to fire.
That's good though. Yeah, I think that's good because then it gets you through everything that you need to. I mean, it's kind of like building up you're giving the player a way to play through the game all the way, but then at the end you you have to rely on your own ingenuity to come up with a way to kill the end boss. It's not as easy as like, here, let me give you all the tools that you need, and then the boss is completely nullified by all of the tools that I just gave you. It's like, no, you can get to the boss, but then when you get to the boss, that's when you're going to have to actually figure out how the heck are you going to deal with this boss.
That's a good point. It's nice when you dig up the Ashen Wind skull and get to use that, because that just rips through skeletons.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, and that's. I wish the time that I did get halfway through it, I wish I had gotten the opportunity to go through and start doing all of those digs, because I only had enough time to actually get the coin pouches and the skull. Mm-hmm. I never got to do any digging, and I wish I had, because had I done that, I think I would have been able to dispose of the brig crew that descended upon us while we were working on that a lot better.
Oh,
it was kind of a bummer.
You've made a good point that those weapons can be used to help fend off other crews.
Yeah.
Now you've added another. My cat decided to play with the noisiest toy that we own.
Of course. See, this is why I have motion sensor sits outside the door, and we took a break earlier. When I went out, the first thing I heard was motion sensor, and it was immediately like, go feed me. And I was like, all right, cool. So
he's a good boy. He's what we call self-play, where he's not bugging us or the other cat, and that's to be rewarded. But to tangent off, you mentioned gold bags that came out with the season update. Now captains and skeleton lords drop. Well, actually, I don't know if all skeleton lords do. I haven't tested with tall tail lords, but they did at the Fort of Fortune. They drop bags of gold, which give you just a little bit. It's like 100 to something like that. Gold with each bag, and sometimes multiple bags will drop. And what do you think about that? How do you feel about them adding that?
Oh, I love it. I think it's a great. It's the one thing that I think Sea of Thieves has always railed against. It's the difference between treasure that's yours and treasure that you happen to have on you until you turn it in and it becomes yours. With the vaults, it was clear that there was a delineation between how much treasure you had in there and what you felt safe taking. If you took all of the treasure out, then you wouldn't have enough time to get all of the gold piles unless you were really, really experienced with the treasure vaults. You had to make that choice. Were you going to take the treasure that was immediately in your pocket, or were you going to take the things that were potentially going to give you more that then forced you to put at risk by putting on your ship and then getting to an outpost? With the skeleton captains getting gold pouches, I love the idea of an instant gratification. You were instantly gratified by getting the 3 little pouches of gold, but you also have the skull, which is worth more. And then there's the potential voyage that could give you different things, another chest that could have even more value to it. And it's like there's increments. You can decide, am I going to take just this by jumping off the ship, going onto an island, killing the skeleton, and sure, I killed the skeleton captain and grabbed the voyage, but I can't, my crew's not coming back for that skull. They left me.
Yeah.
But at least I get a little bit of satisfaction of getting some coin off of it because of the pouches that it dropped. And that feels good. And I've seen a lot more people sharing photos of them coming across me, because there's an increased incentive. There's an actual gold return to shooting off onto an island, a small island, and fighting the little skeleton captain that's emergent on there. I've seen more people finding me out in the world and sharing that because of that.
Yeah. Here's a little tip for you guys out there, just a little piece of trivia. The bags of gold don't go to your alliance, unlike gold that you get from an openable treasure chest.
Oh, that's interesting. And as far as I know, that gold isn't augmented by reputation or emissary either.
No, it's not. And I don't know if it's the case for pirates who are not in an alliance, because I was only near an alliance crew. But when an alliance guy picked it up, I still heard the noise of it being picked up. I don't know if that's because I was in an alliance with him, or if that would happen no matter what. And it's just a sound that emanates from the gold bag. I will say that sound needs to change. At first, I thought I had a ancient skeleton, and even after then, it's just kind of a grating sound. I think they really, because it's not just the sound of a bag. There's like a chest sound in there. There's a hard sound that's a little bit irritating. I hope they take another pass at the sound design of what it sounds like when you pick up a bag, especially because there's often multiple, and all of a sudden it's like ka-jink, ka-jink, ka-jink. It's like, whoa, chill, my dude.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't railed against that at all. So I hadn't thought about it, but sound design is a very, very important job. It's why they've changed the sounds for emissaries versus skeleton ships, to give you a better understanding of what you're looking, or give people that aren't sure a better understanding of what's going on. So it could just be a temporary thing. It's like, if it grates on people, I would definitely say, hey, put in some feedback about that. See if they come up with a different sound to indicate it, so it doesn't seem so obnoxious to the people that it affects.
How do you feel about? Well, I should say this. Have you seen what the loot inside of Fort of Fortune?
I've seen some photos of it. I haven't seen it myself though.
Okay. Well, knowing that there's all that loot, there's enough at least to get you to almost grade 5 Athena, plus a ton of other loot, plus the 1 million skulls you get that'll get you to almost grade 5 Order of Souls before then, plus all the stuff you dig up. So you have a general idea of all the loot that's possible. How do you feel about the value of a Fort of Fortune loot versus the value of a Fort of the Damned loot, and their place in the Sea of Thieves, where they're overlapping? Are they not overlapping? Are they distinct? How are those? What's their place in the Sea of Thieves compared to each other?
I think they're in a good place. I think that the loot that's available via a Fort of the Fortune should be better than a Fort of the Damned, because a Fort of the Damned, you can initiate that repeatedly, and it can be abused to the point where they even changed part of the maiden voyage, because people were having alt accounts who they would create a pirate, buy or do the maiden voyage, get into the locker, grab the doubloons, which was enough to buy a ritual skull voyage from Lorena, and they would buy a voyage. They would drop it onto a ship that was already at the Fort of the Fortune, cycling through, or not a Fort of Fortune, Fort of the Damned, cycling through Fort of the Damned voyages, and then they would delete that pirate, create another one, do another maiden voyage, get the doubloons, and they were essentially getting ritual skulls for free. And they actually took those doubloons out of the little secret place on maiden voyage because people were abusing it, and they put
holy crap.
They actually put a ritual skull with a dagger in the top of it. In the devs on Twitter were even like, "Ye be warned," don't abuse this.
Wait, is that in the hold now?
It's in the hold. Yeah, in the more.
Oh my gosh, I have to check that out as soon as we're done here. Amazing. First off, whoever's doing that, literally why? On Alliance servers, when we do Fort of the Damned, you have more skulls than you know what to do with, because people are getting it from all over the seas and they just drop them off for you. Otherwise, I find them so easy. I get them all the time and I'm like, I don't want to do it Fort of the Damned, whatever. I'm surprised people were having trouble and they had to go through, buying the game a second time so they could keep deleting their pirate. That's interesting. And I had here on my notes that one of the patch notes said that they it was under fixed issues that they removed the doubloons from the hold in the what's that
maiden voyage
called? Maiden voyage. And I'm like, how is this a fixed issue. That's not that's not fixing anything. You've removed it. What the heck are you talking about? I didn't know what you just told me. I'm so glad to have learned that and now know. And I think that's really funny that they added that skull with a knife through it. That's the kind of sass I want to see from Rare. Thank you. Yes. Go off, Queen.
Yeah. It was really interesting to see that. So when I look at like what a Fort of Fortune is, every 3 hours, I expect it to be really good. And I expect a lot of people to fight over it, and I expect it to be a really fun event. With Fort of the Damned, people have worked out how to do that. It's something that's easily, you can start it fairly easily nowadays. It doesn't take a lot of effort to work on it, and takes about 20 minutes to do uncontested. You do have to deal with the fact that there's a whole bunch of people that are probably going to try and tuck on there. But it's activatable at your discretion, essentially. So that would be something where it's like, okay, that is less emergent, still valuable, but should be more than a regular fort. Regular forts, I think, are a great way to introduce players now, based on the type of loot that's in there. It's a great way to introduce people to how the mechanics of a fort work. So now we have 3 tiers.
And they've buffed that loot. It wasn't in the patch notes, but they said it somewhere that they buffed that loot.
And we saw it.
So I guess I'd have to look at it to confirm.
Yeah, we saw that the loot in there when we went and did it was was decent. You know, we did one not too long ago. But it's a great way to say, like, hey, there are 3 types of forts. There's a really easy fort that is a standard fort. Most people are going to ignore it because they don't necessarily need it, but it gives you an idea of what you can expect with a skeleton fort. There's a Fort of Damned, which is better than a regular fort, but not as good as a Fort of Fortune. But you can choose to mess around with that and deal with a hard encounter whenever you want. You just have to meet the requirements of it, but you still get a decent reward for it. And then there's the Fort of Fortune, where if you're done with skeleton forts, you're done with farming Fort of the Damned, and you don't want that, but you want a really, really good payout, the Fort of Fortune's the thing to wait for and to actually go and do.
I'm not entirely sure Fort of Fortune. I see you saying that's the way you think it should be. I'm not sure it's the case right now. Fort of the Damned versus Fort of the Fortune, just by raw currency. Obviously, there's more Athena in the Fort of Fortune if that's what you're interested in. But for raw currency, I think Fort of the Damned has it beat. But I can ask around the Alliance server. They do it enough, and maybe I can get an answer for next time we're on here.
Yeah.
But like for me, Athena rep means literally nothing. People are like, oh, turn in the Athena's chest. If there's a chest that's more valuable next to it, I'll do that because Athena, I am already Athena 20. So it means it literally has lost almost all of its value. It's just gold for me.
But that's
now.
gonna vary from person to person, though.
Certainly. Yeah. So one person who maybe the Fort of the Damned, let's just say it does have more currency value. They're like, yeah, it's great, but I need the Fort of Fortune because I need the Athena. Yeah. So yeah, like you said, and also to go back to a tangent that we've come back off of. How dare you go to a tangent and get away from it? How dare you? This is Sea of Tangents. There was also a bit in the patch notes about the Maiden Voyage. It said new players will benefit from refined Maiden Voyage progression experience, bringing them gently into the world of Sea of Thieves. I don't know what that means. I don't know what they changed.
I don't know offhand. I have a feeling I understand what it means, but I won't know until probably later this year if it's confirmed. If it's confirmed, then this will be a great way to kind of come back to it and be like, this is what I thought it meant. I hoped that this was the case, but until I know more, I don't want to throw out my theory.
Sure.
and kind of, do not insert foot into mouth quite yet.
Sure.
Of a scenario, but I have an idea what that means, but I don't want to bring it up yet.
If listeners have an idea that they're comfortable sharing, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
At some point.
I can probably talk to you off air about what I think it would be, but okay. on record, I don't want to throw it out there until I know more.
A couple last thoughts about the Fort of Fortune. There is a new commendation under Order Souls called Scourge of the Brutal Bastions, which requires you to defeat 10 Forts of Fortune. Yeah. There's no reward for that. Not even a title. Why? This has been a problem for a while now. All the old commendations give titles. Most of the new ones don't. There's no reason for them to be there if they don't give title or cosmetic. I don't know why they're there. In that case, they need to be an achievement, because achievements are the things that you get. They don't give you any other reward otherwise. Doesn't make much sense to me. Don't know why it's there. Rare America Explain points at map Arkansas. You know what I'm saying here?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I was looking at the show notes, or not the show notes. I was looking at the release notes as well. And it says that there is a new commendation in there, but it doesn't actually reward anything for it. So at this point, it kind of goes back to where they are putting content, and they're putting content into the season pass. They're putting content into the events. Do I really need to have one more title that I don't need to put on because I'm going to use the title that I always use for the Order of Souls? No. Could it be a title that I really fall in love with and that they're just not putting it in there for whatever reason? Yeah, I see where you're going with it. I think the goal that you're getting to is you want better emphasis on the commendations if they're going to be putting them into the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why add a new combination when there's no reward for it? And let's be super technical before I get the one guy who pushed up the glass and says, I'm actually at me. There is a reward. It's so small, it's insignificant, and it might as well not be a reward. And that is, whenever you complete a commendation, you get a tiny bit of rep for that company. And by tiny bit, I mean like when you're level 25 or above, it barely makes a dent anymore. And below, like no way it's going to get you a level or even a good portion of a level. It's completely insignificant amount of reputation.
Yeah.
Especially, it means nothing if you're already max level in that company.
It definitely feels like it's one of those things where they're adding a completionist aspect to the game for the people that like to have a completion full experience. I don't even know how to say that, but yeah.
And just word to the wise, unlike For the Damned, you can only progress this combination as a crew. The crew that opens the vault gets progress to it. Nobody else, no matter how much they helped with the vault, if they were close, if they were next to you while you opened the vault. It's not like For the Damned at all. It's only the people, the crew, that put the key into the vault.
Yeah. That's a bittersweet, but I'm happier for that, honestly, just due to the nature of Alliance servers. I would much rather the crew that fights over it gets credit for it. And if you're in an alliance, that's one more incentive to murder the other crew and take the key, in my opinion.
And unlike For the Damned, which had 50, so you can benefit from alliance and you can get a couples by alliance. Here it's only 10, so if they're all yours, it makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I mean, eventually people will get it and it won't matter, and they'll drop the key if they're in an alliance. But for now, I like the incentive of getting credit towards the commendation by being the crew that opens it, and it opens up PvP options, which I think is a good way to incentivize priority and give that drive.
You betrayed the last second just to get the key in. You won't win. You won't get the loot, but you smile because you know I got the progress towards the combination.
Exactly. And that's going to matter to some people. And I like that opportunity is in the game because it still breeds that sense of
probably more incentive if you got anything for the commendation.
True. Maybe that would be, a really good way to actually, here's a better commendation for you. Instead of 10 Fort of Fortunes, opening up the vaults for the Fort of Fortune, have that's fine. Have a separate one that says, open a Fort of Fortune, with a stolen Fort of Fortune key.
Stolen key.
And
if it gave me literally anything, I'd be for it.
Yeah. And you could have like the betrayer of fortunes and have a title associated with that. And then people would know like this guy betrays people who they're allianced with at the Fort of Fortune so they could turn in the key.
Right. Or maybe like, when we got the new voyage for the Order of Souls, they got the Ghost Captain sales, the vaults, we got 2 different sales. For the merchant, we got another 2 different sales. It'd be nice if we got some sort of cosmetic for doing this newly introduced thing as well. But whatever.
We'll see.
Something else that got introduced with this update is they rebalanced the world events so that forts are now the most common world event. And with that as well, I said earlier, they boosted fort rewards, which means I believe now every event has now gone through another pass of rewards, even the newer events. The only one that didn't get a pass was Flameheart, and that's fine because that one gives you a ton of stuff.
Yeah, that has a ton. I think that was kind of the first one where I was like, this is a lot of junk. And yeah, I'm happy.
That one's nice because it gives you in all of the three companies, the three prime companies, which is nice. So you could put up any emissary flag of those three and get progress.
You mean you'd put up the Reapers to get credit for everything?
That as well.
Yeah, they need. I still think they need to figure that out.
Here's something they do. I will pursue that tangent after I say this one last thing. With the world events, there's a note in there in the patch notes that said the likelihood of being targeted by the Kraken immediately after a previous world event has been reduced. I don't know exactly what that means. Does that mean the person who completed the world event? Does that mean server wide?
Yeah.
Then is the Kraken not back to it? Is it not the previous rules we knew when a Kraken would spawn? Has that been changed? It's not clear. I don't know what that means.
That was actually touched on in the Sea of Thieves podcast when they talked about the reworking of the event scheduler, because it was always, people always knew that when an event dropped, that was when the Kraken could spawn. So anytime a fort went down or anytime a ship fleet went down, people would immediately veer towards the nearest island and get away from open water until the next event appeared, because they knew that the Kraken would spawn. And if they were holding a bunch of junk or if they were being chased, the way to avoid the Kraken was to get close to an island where it couldn't spawn on you. Now it's unclear if an event goes down, if the Kraken will actually spawn. They've changed up the certainty of when it will spawn. So it could spawn during an event instead of...
Wait, are you sure about that?
Yes, because it spawned...
You are?
I want to say I'm pretty sure that it spawned on me when when there was an event up, when it last spawned on me. I could be wrong.
If that's true, that's crazy. And that's awesome.
Yeah, because I think that's the intent. Because otherwise, in my mind, it doesn't make sense to have it spawn after it despawns after a fort all the time. Like maybe it should spawn during an event, so that way it doesn't feel like, the event's down, go to an island and wait for the next event to pop up, because you at that point it's like, okay, well, it's not after a fort, but it's still after something. So why not have it spawn so that it spawns during or right before the ending of an event, or right before a new event spawns, sometime during it. Build that uncertainty of when it's actually going to spawn so that it's less predictable, I think was the intent. And I would have to I would have to test this out further, but I do remember when I was heading towards this Reaper's chest, there was an event up. I got to it. It may have gone down, but I'm pretty sure that I got hit with the Kraken when there was an event going on. And then I think I dealt with it so long that something else had spawned up. But I would love to get more data on that.
I'll be interested to see the community's sort of research into that, because in my opinion, the most boring case scenario to interpret this text, it just means that sometimes another event will pop up and a Kraken won't be in between, and there's just less Kraken in the world, which already wasn't enough Kraken in the world. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
But you talked about a problem with the Reapers. I won't reiterate it because you've mentioned it before in depth, but I think that it is a problem and it is worth solving. That just put up Reapers because you get credit for everything. My quick and dirty answer to that is that Reapers only get credit for stolen things. You can still get credit for world events, not world events. Killing emergent events. If you kill a skeleton shipper, a megalodon, or an emergent captain, you can get credit. But other than that, just picking up any loot. If the loot isn't this is a way clearer way to say this. So I don't know why I went through all this complication.
You're working it out.
Loot. Yeah. So let me just make this much simpler. Loot will not give progress towards Reaper unless it's stolen. So all the other ways that you normally get progress are still in there, but non-stolen loot don't give you any progress. That's my quick and dirty solution, but it's definitely a problem that needs a solution, I think.
Yeah. I don't know what the positive solution to that is, outside of coming up with a different way to have loot tagged as stuff that the Reaper wants. Going into like commodities, for example, commodities change week to week. There's a high value and a low value to stuff. Reapers could very well start having grudges against different trade companies, and they could be looking towards getting some loot some weeks that is more valuable to them than other loot. And you have to try and hunt down those emissaries, or who knows what the right answer is at this point. I haven't thought about it enough to come up with a good fix for it, because the fix that comes to mind is just lowering the bonus to the Reaper emissary, so that you aren't getting as much of a bonus because you're turning in everything. But that never sounds like a good. I don't want to punish people for wanting to play the way they want to play.
One thing that is naturally already in there is there is only one spot. Its benefit, its strength is also its weakness. Yes, you can turn everything in one spot, but yes, everyone knows where you're going to turn that in.
Yeah.
Back when Reaper was being built and they started to introduce things you could turn into, you got double gold, but the risk was everyone knows this is where you're going for it. Not one of the 7 outposts, one of the one place you can go.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've had that discussion offline too. Is there's a pro and a con to that, knowing where someone's going to go, but knowing that they are probably better at PvP because of the I think if you did have it so that only stolen loot counted towards the emissary, I think I'd be better with keeping the bonus towards that, because at least then I know like the way that they acquired that loot was through stolen means. So they have to be better at PvP. So they've earned that emissary value. Whereas anyone can get any treasure, turn it in, get to 5 by doing, emergent threats, and get the same bonus as someone who, had to go through a really hard fight to earn it.
Mm. There's one obvious exception to my rule, by the way, and that's Reaper's chests, Reaper's bounties. I think those don't have to be stolen.
Yeah, I think that those are kind of on it, because that's what I was doing the other day. Was I was just literally going out and collecting, and it was weird too, because as soon as I collected one, maybe a couple minutes would pass. I never really kept track of how much time had passed, but another one would immediately pop up, and it was like, okay, well, I grabbed that one, I went and I turned it in, and then not too long afterwards, another one popped up, and I went and I grabbed that one and I brought it back. And then not shortly after that, another one popped up, and I had 3 within the course of like an hour and a half pop up just, emergently. And I was just farming those.
I've heard this was the case, but I'm not convinced it's true. I didn't see any evidence. They just said it was the case. That old servers stopped spawning ancient skeletons and stopped spawning Reaper's chests and Reaper's bounties. And it was supposedly an implementation to stop the farming via alliance servers. I don't know if it's true or not.
I'd be fine with that.
It wouldn't matter to me. It was like, oh, just these 2 specific things. Come on, guys. There's so many other things, but like not Reaper's chest. No. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Again, kind of comes back to the idea of why they took the doubloons out of the maiden voyage, though. It was being abused.
I think that's so interesting. I'm so glad you told me about that. But you mentioned commodities.
Yeah.
Commodities are next to the For the Fortune, the other big, premium thing that you put on the display of this is what came out this update. There's a word for it, headline. I'm fumbling through the words. I'm trying to think what this word is. It is the marquee.
Yeah.
Commodities. Now, I've done a lot of commodities, and let me tell you something, Logan. I've written the book on commodities. And by that, I mean I did the entire Sea of Thieves wiki entry on commodities. It's the one and only Sea of Thieves wiki edit I've ever done. I was tired of it not happening. I wanted to know information on it, like the price and how much it would sell for and all this stuff. And just every time I check it, it hadn't been updated yet. So I took it in my own hands and I did it, boys. And then I signed off and said, bye, guys. I'm sure you'll keep up the rest of it. But I felt commodities, and I know a lot about commodities. I had to do a lot of experimenting and I did a lot of it. And so I know some things about commodities.
So
commodities. Oh, go ahead.
You're here to report back all of that information, or are you gonna hold it hostage?
No, I'm actually going to just regurgitate. I'm just going to read the Wikipedia entry. I thought the only thing worse than hearing a story what happened to my pirate is if I just read a Wikipedia entry.
Nobody wants to hear your stories.
That's right. But everyone wants to hear me read essentially an encyclopedia.
Perfect.
Commodities. For those of you who don't know, now you can, as a merchant emissary, buy commodities, which are things that you can trade to other merchant emissaries, and some have a surplus of items in which they will sell you multiple of them instead of just one, and some have they call it sought after, which is I hate that they use that because it's not just a single word and it's not a adjective. So it's really hard to say, you can have them even in surplus or in sought after. That doesn't make sense, but that's the wording they're used. And if the commodity is sought after, then they will not sell it to you, but they will buy it at a fine price. And also, by the way, if they have a surplus of an item, they will still buy the item from you, but it won't be worth a lot, and you'll lose money if you had bought in that commodity. And it is added into the game something that a lot of people have asked for, which is trade routes. Something that kind of just seemed natural with a whole thing called the Merchant Alliance. And the trade routes are formed by going from a place that has something in surplus to the place that has it in sought after. See how sought after doesn't work in that sentence? It's bad. They should have said something else. Mm-hmm. And that those trade routes can be just 2 outposts long, or can be a whole loop of 7 outposts. How many possible trade route configurations do you think there are, Logan?
Well, there's 2 outposts per sea, so 6 outposts, 2 surplus routes per outpost. So I would assume that that's 12 different routes.
Wrong. Incredibly wrong. Far off. There are 9,344,160 possible trade route configurations. Also, there's 7 outposts, Logan. I thought you did a podcast about this game. How could you think there's only 6?
Morrow's Peak.
It's 7 I literally joined a math Discord to get this answer because I don't know how to do it. 7 factorial times, I forget what it's called when you have the exclamation point before the 7. It's called like reverse factorial, some garbage. And you have to do like freaking calculus to do it, but I got them to do it. And that's how many possible configurations there are. So, maybe they're going to get lazy and they'll just have like the same 10 trade routes and cycle through them, but they literally could do a different one every week for the rest of this game's life. They reset on Sundays at 1 a.m. BST at 0 GMT. It's something only somebody who filled out the Sea of Thieves wiki would know, don't you think? Commodities. What are your opinions on them? Have you gotten any experience with them?
Yeah, I've gotten to do a couple. When I grabbed the surplus for one and took it to the in demand for another, the payout that I got for it I wasn't at grade 5 for Merchant Alliance, so it was like grade 1 or 2, and the payout that I got for them wasn't as good as what I thought it was going to be. But I believe that this was also post nerf on them, because we did have that update that people were just getting an exorbitant amount of gold out of them, and they went back and they adjusted the values and made it so that it was a lot less lucrative, but should still be lucrative for most people. And I think they fixed a couple bugs with it. It was
outpacing the loot, the money that Fort of the Damned brought into the server. And Alliance servers, that's the money maker. Fort of the Damned, nope. Now it was commodities. They were bringing in the most money.
Yeah. So
and the nerf specifically was what you get when you sell something that is sought after is reduced.
Yeah. Because I mean that's kind of the idea is you're trying to bring the thing that is in demand to the outpost. So of course you're just going to focus on that. Yeah, it's still good. I think it's a great way to kind of go from one area to one area. Like if you throw down a gold hoarder voyage and it goes from Ancient Isles to Shores of Plenty, we'll say. And you take a look at what is valuable where, and you check the routes. You could say, okay, well, we're going to grab these. We're going to work our way through the voyages. And when we get out to the other side in the Shores of Plenty, we will go deliver these sought after crates. And there's no time limit on them because it's all during the week and it doesn't matter. So it's like kind of what I wanted back in the day when we were actually asking to be able to have multiple voyages going at the same time. They kind of did something with that in the sense that they've got messages in a bottle that can overlap on an actual voyage, but they've also got the I'm trying to think, the tall tales that they did as well too. And the merchant crates were intended to be something where you would throw down a merchant voyage, you would pick up the crates from the outpost, and then you would go and deliver those wherever they needed to go, typically 1 to 2 islands away. And during that time, because you had already pulled the crates from the vendor that had them, you could then put down any other voyage and work on that at the same time. Trouble is that the crates themselves always were valued differently depending on the condition that you brought them. So if you had a bunch of plants, then you would have to have a whole bunch of water to babysit the plants with, or the rum bottles. If you didn't ever come into contact with any kind of other ship or emergent threat, then hopefully they'd be in full intact, rum crates. This feels more like what Merchant Alliance crates should have been from the start, where you pick them up and you take them to wherever they need to be, and they have no condition set to them. You can deliver them outside of any time frame as long as it's within the week that you're working on them, and you can do any mission that you want during that time to kind of make the most money out of what you're working on.
I think in that way, commodities have sort of failed in doing some of the two big things that they set out to do. What you just said with, I can just do it while I'm on another voyage. You can. You don't really want to. You want to just keep going on those trade routes. Doing anything to distract you and taking time away from that, it's like not worth it. Like I know there's some guy in your server who always talks about like gold per minute.
Yeah.
You're really wasting what money you can make by going and doing another voyage. I did see speaking of math, I saw somebody do an analysis whether or not it's better to get grade 5 doing the voyages, doing the trade routes, or get grade 5 first doing a sunken ship voyage.
Yeah.
And the answer was sunken ship only by barely, so you might as well do whatever one you prefer. I don't have a link or anything off the top of my head. It was on Reddit. I'm sure you can find it through a quick search.
You're talking about people that start up a one of the sunken voyages that you have to go out, get the ledger, and then open up the captain's cabin and get all the crates out of that to get to level 5 before you grab commodities.
Yes. Or get commodities are much like you said with the cargo, where you get the rep and emissary value by turning them in, not by picking them up. What do you think, before I get into the other thing I think it failed that it's trying to do, I'd like to hear your opinion about the risk versus reward. When I look at buying voyages, maybe when you first start off, you think that's a lot of money, but they're not really. And especially now, buying a level 75 voyage, which by the way, it's really a level 50 voyage. The voyages don't get any better above level 50. The RNG doesn't change, FYI. When you buy a level 75 voyage, it only costs you 300 gold. Who cares about 300 gold? It's not, you're not risking, maybe I'll lose it, I invest money now. This is doing that. You buy the thing, you spend the 1,800 gold. If it gets stolen, that money's out. Or if you're not able to sell it at a normal place, if you have to sell it at a place it's in surplus at, you lost money. Well, how do you feel about, now you have something in the game where you're putting up gold as a risk for a payout?
I think it's great. I think it does exactly what the voyage is intended to do. The voyages were the promise of gold. Unless you went out and did the work, you never saw that reward. So the investment cost is low because it's forcing you to work through that voyage to actually get the value out of it. These are instant value. But you have to risk a lot more to get the value out of them up front because it's much easier to do. It's not, you don't have to go collect a bunch of chickens on an island and then collect a bunch of snakes and then keep the snakes from killing the chickens, or get a bunch of pigs to get the value out of commodities. You buy the commodities and you deliver the commodities and you're done. So if they were going to put a risk in the value of the commodities by buying them up front and only getting the rewards if you delivered them to the right place, in that instance, then yeah, I think that you should put the risk up front. They are trusting you with these commodities. If you don't deliver them, then you've already lost out on that investment. It builds more incentive for you to keep on them and not disregard the voyage that you put down because it cost 300 gold and you didn't really lose that much. There's a lot more risk involved with this. I think more of the voyages should have a little more risk involved to putting down a voyage. It shouldn't be so laissez-faire when canceling a voyage because you only spent 200 gold and you can go pick that up off of a island beach.
Right. The opposite of that is when you have your gilded. It's like, I am making sure I can do this before I put it down because I am not going to lose it.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the rarity. The rarity of that voyage makes the payout worth it because you only get one a year, unless you're, one of those people that have an alt account and you're making a pirate, getting one, dropping it, and then deleting the pirate and getting another one.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I just had an idea pop in my head right now. So maybe it's a bad idea. What do you think about being able to buy for a lot of money a gilded voyage to have that risk versus reward? Maybe you'll lose it.
No, because it to me, it doesn't solve the economy problem that the game has, where you're just getting gold. There's not a good gold sink outside of supply crates in the Dark Adventurer set. Having that gilded is kind of it's a treasured thing, and being able to buy that it reduces the risk that's involved with a voyage like that. And I think the risk that's involved with having a gilded is the thing that I think brings excitement and stories involving people that are out there looking for folks who are trying to go from Lone Cove to what is it called? What is the name of the other island?
Who knows?
I'm completely blanking on it, and I can't remember why. But anyway, I understand the hypocrisy in my comments about devaluing a gilded voyage by or not wanting to devalue a gilded voyage by allowing other people to buy it whenever they want. And then
they're pretty much just grade 5 voyages, right? Though about the same value.
I don't know, because you get the 3 Athena voyage, or the 3
aside from the Athena that gives you 3 Athena.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's the most valuable.
The others kind of feel like the grade 5 voyages, don't they?
They do, I guess. I don't know that I've ever actually counted up
done the math.
Right,
I'm gonna make it this year. I'm gonna buy one of the other ones and try it out and see if I'm
well
right.
I did grab a gilded gold hoarder the other day, and I think it comes out to about 25 chests and most of those are captain's chests when you actually do it.
Oh yeah, well that's worth it. How am I level 75? Again, level 50. It's really all that matters. And I'm getting Marauder's chest. Can't stand it. Can't stand it.
Yeah, I think it'd be worth rare taking a look.
Which was one of the things I liked about Athena quests, is I often got captain's chests. Not anymore. Here's your blue mermaid gem.
Yeah.
But we're on a tangent. Commodities. I think it's an interesting departure from the voyage-based things, connections to the trade companies. Almost everything related to a trade company, it's voyage-based. There are events that aren't part of voyages, but those aren't company-based. This is a single company that it's based entirely on the emissary system. It's not based on the voyage system. That's interesting. I like seeing them stretching their muscles.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to apply that system to Pirate Legend as well too. Like, you have to be an Athena Fortune emissary to gain access to voyages from the other companies to get Pirate Legend versions of their voyages.
You really like that idea.
I do. Am I harping on it too much?
No, I'm going to tease you about it. No, you're not.
That's fair. I think it's an interesting prospect. to try and build out more incentives. The thing for me is it's about that discoverability of the value behind Pirate Legend, and why if you up the discoverability of it, then there's more incentive for them to build content around it, which then in turn gives more reason to players to hit Pirate Legend, and then incentivizes Rare to focus more content on it.
Sure. So I did a lot of commodities. I got all the accommodations except one, and which, by the way, the accommodations. Here's another fun. Caleb wrote the wiki on it. 2 of the accommodations are misleading. One says purchase 250 merchant commodities at discounted price, and you'll notice immediately there is no discounted price. If something's in surplus, it's not sold cheaper. It's sold at the same price. It's just sold in multiples instead of one. So the way to actually progress that accommodation is to buy commodities at a surplus. And then there's master of shifted stock, which is make the most possible profit buying and selling 150 merchant commodities. Again, maximum profit you can make just by doing the profiteer of sought stock, which is selling the commodities at an inflated price. To progress the master of shifted stock, your pirate has to have had bought the surplus and then sold that surplus at a sought after. So very misleading text. Maybe, I don't know this, but maybe in the insiders originally they were cheaper and then they just forgot to change the commodity description. I don't know what happened there, but that's wrong. Maybe they'll fix that in the future. You get to unlock 2 cool things. One is you get to unlock a piece of the merchant outfit, which is the hook. This is, some people might crow that it's them recycling content. I choose to look at it as they're listening to us. A lot of people, when the outfits first came out, said that, man, I wish I could have these individual pieces. And it's nice now that they're giving them. There's this hook, and also the reward for doing the event is one of the hat pieces of the 3 outfits. So, they're more and more giving you opportunities to earn these outfit pieces, which is nice.
You're talking about the monocle specifically.
No, I'm talking about the hook. The monocle is not part of the outfit.
Oh, okay. I thought for the costume.
If you look at I thought the same thing. If you look at the merchant costume, it's got little.
You're right. It has glasses.
I think called pince-nez. It's where glasses that just clip on your nose, sort of.
That's right.
The monocle is brand new. I thought the same thing until recently. Yep, monocle's a brand new thing that you can get. Pretty interesting. I like it because it's very much like an eye patch. It's where you equip it on an eye patch, but it's thinking outside the box. I love the thinking outside the box for what seems to be a normal piece of equipment.
Yeah,
really cool.
Yeah, they need to do more of that for sure.
However, I did say I'd get back to what I think is a way in which these have failed. And that is they failed in the idea of creating trade routes. While on paper it makes sense, buy low, sell high, or buy numerous, sell sought after. Unfortunately, the best thing to do really is to just sail to the next closest outpost and go in a circle. And at each place buy everything they have, because they won't sell to you the thing that they have sought after. And you just go in that circle, and then just when you get to, after you do a single loop, you always have, I think, 9, 7 minus 1 is 6, plus 2 is 8. You shouldn't even do simple math. I've made a mistake trying to do math live. So you get to sell 8 at a time, and you can sell 8 at wherever outpost is sought after and make a ton of money. You're not making more money for selling than what was in surplus. So the only way you would ever do the trade routes is if you're really, really worried about having on your ship for the smallest amount of time the cargo, so you can get it right off, and that way if you get sunk, you don't lose anything. If you're really, 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 really worried about that, you can do that, but you're going to get gold way slower.
Yeah.
Trade routes are pretty irrelevant, and it's sad because I don't see a solution from what we're not like on Insiders where we can make huge sweeping changes. This is in the live build now. It's a shame. I really think it's a big shame that we've been begging for trade routes, and now we've got something that failed in the 2 biggest ways. One is the biggest way to me, which is the trade route doesn't exist. Just go in a circle. And 2,
isn't that a trade route though?
Bothers other people. Yeah, but it's the same trade route, and the trade route is whatever. Either go clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah,
Who cares?
yeah.
It's up to
But
you.
isn't that what they had?
And the
like
other
in
thing
the back in the day, like it was just a big circle. You were just going from, I'm sure that most merchants had some trade routes, and it was just a giant circle. They just knew the.
I'm sure they have in history and in a gameplay. It's very stale. And the other way that I said it failed was that you don't do it while you're on another voyage. That wasn't important to me, but it's important to some other people that it's something you do while you're doing other things, and it's really not that. Big shame, but it's a very chill thing to do. It's one of the reasons I liked fishing. It was a chill thing to do. This can be a chill thing to do. In some ways, it's not chill because if you're going to every outpost, you're pretty likely to run across somebody who might want to fight you. But if there's no Reapers, a lot of people will just stay away anyway. But it can be chill, which is nice.
Also, there's the upfront cost too.
Yes,
you do have to have the cost to be able to, maybe you can rely on what you sell at one outpost to buy what they have to take it to the next one, and hopefully that the trade routes work out. But hopefully you would have enough gold to be able to purchase everything up front without needing to. And that kind of comes down to the idea of like, what if you just spent all of your gold buying the Dark Adventurer set? You don't have, 100,000 to your name, and the quickest way to do that is to jump on to commodities, but you can't afford to pick up all of the crates.
Well, you should be able to, because each outpost you're selling N+1 amount of commodities.
But not
so maybe for the first two.
Yeah.
But after that, you're selling N+1.
Yeah, you'd have to have an upfront amount of gold to be able to get at least to the third or fourth outpost.
That's true. Well, go ahead and get to grade 5 using your lost shipment voyage, and you'll get enough gold.
That's a good solution. Maybe that's a good way for people to justify doing that first compared to that. But I mean, then you're balancing like, time versus ease of finding the key and the voyage and the ship and all that good jazz to try and get to 5 to be able to turn in that stuff, then to start your cycle.
The Merchant Manifest display is awful, like every other UI-based thing in the game, because it's almost all either a picture or text. This is all text, very poorly designed. Lots of people, it gives opportunity for the community to make cool maps and stuff. Also, some people were like, man, it'd be cool if like the Reapers could see the trade routes, but it doesn't really matter because trade routes sort of don't exist. It's lame that all of the commodities have the same physical design, and that same design is almost identical to the wood crate. It is not identical. It is a lighter shade of wood, barely, and the image on the paper next to the merchant symbol isn't wood. It's whatever that commodity is. Lazy, honestly, in my opinion.
Nitpick.
Hopefully you've noticed that a lot of times I don't just say, Rare, you're dumb. In this case, it does kind of seem like laziness.
Nitpicking.
To be honest. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying that it's nitpicking to me. But
I mean, yeah, it's fair to say that, but I think if it's a new thing, can it be new and not look like a wood crate, and so I don't confuse it with another freaking wood crate, really? Especially when I can buy those two at the same place.
Okay.
Anyway, it's not a big deal, but it bothers me. I think the restock time should be displayed. We have a watch in the game, so maybe you could have it like when you buy an item, this commodity, it says this commodity will be available at 3 p.m. on the 4th or whatever. Why you gotta make it obtuse where I have to look up Rare Thief to tell me when it'll be renewed?
Could be a fix that they add easily enough in the future.
It'd be nice. We have a watch. Make use of it.
Yeah.
The Alliance server, when I did it on an Alliance server and we made a loop, we would get, back to where we started before the stuff renewed. So I imagine on a non-Alliance server where you might run into a person or two along the way, the time it takes for the commodities to refresh is perfect. It's not too long.
This kind of goes back to the intent of the trade routes. The idea of being able to do stuff with these aboard and do something else at the same time that allows you to kind of double up on what you're working on. You aren't just running commodities. You're also running a gold hoarders or an order of souls, or getting random stuff done. And the idea is that this is something to kind of increase the value of your overall voyage, as opposed to this is the only thing that you're doing, and it's ridiculous that Rare isn't accommodating the Alliance servers who are getting this done in the most efficient fashion.
Right. Maybe I miscommunicated. I wasn't complaining. I was trying to illustrate. No, I wasn't. What I was trying to illustrate was I was talking about the refresh time and how long it takes for them to restock. That as a perfect scenario, as an Alliance server, we only had to wait no longer than like half a day till the next morning, which meant that if you're playing normally, I'm trying to illustrate that you're playing normally, you're not even going to have to worry about the refresh time.
Yeah.
It's perfect, is my illustration. I wasn't complaining that we had to wait 10 minutes. I was trying to show you that you're probably not going to have to wait.
Yeah, which is good.
They sell resource crates now, they being the merchants. The fruit crates are Garbo pants. Who wants a crate of bananas? Get that out of my face. At least make it coconuts.
Okay.
It's nice. Guess what they have in Arena? Coconuts. You know why? Because bananas are literally garbage.
I have to interject.
Or make it a variety of something.
I have to interject. I would buy a Voyage. I would buy a banana crate if I had a message in a bottle Voyage that I needed to get done. I would totally buy one of those and turn it in for the sake of the commendation.
Okay. Congratulations. Specific scenario, which has an easy fix of getting one for free and filling it with the fruit that you can find in the crates around you.
Too hard.
But come on, coconuts or just an assortment. I'm sure you could balance it out where it's like 1 pineapple, 3 mangoes, 5 pomegranates, 10 coconuts, and the rest are bananas. Whatever the heck you want to do to weight it. Something other than bananas. Come off it.
Yeah.
I want to see your statistics, Rare. Publish them. How many people bought banana garbage crates?
Well, this is feedback that I'm sure a lot of people are hopefully putting in, that it is clear. Like, most people probably don't want bananas in the fruit crate. It's called a fruit crate. Mm-hmm. Let's get some more fruit in there.
Also, confirm storage crates worth more than an Ashen Athena chest. Thanks for confirming that, Rare. What? I'm not paying that.
You don't have to.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna.
That's fine.
Worth more than an Ashen Athena chest.
Yeah.
What's happening in this game?
I think that they are finding a good way to add a gold sink to make sure that if you want the convenience of having a storage crate, then you're going to have to pay the premium cost.
No, I'm glad that people who have more money can now have an advantage in this game. Rare kept talking about how they want people to have an advantage over other players, and I'm glad they finally implemented that.
I mean, it's
convenience. Logan, we're only halfway through this episode, so we do have a lot of time to get into this debate.
Well, it's it comes back to the thing of this is a convenience. It's not anything other than what you would normally find anywhere else in the world. It's not empowering anyone any differently than someone finding it you can find storage crates off of skeleton ships. You can find storage crates on islands. Most of the time, a lot of those come with an assortment of goods in them. This is no different. The only difference is the time that you get it and the gold that you have to spend to get it.
Right. So if you have more gold, you can be better than other players time-wise.
It's not better. It's not ensuring victory.
Do you think advantages always ensure victory? You think that's the definition of an advantage?
That is kind of the goal of an advantage, isn't it?
It's the goal, not the definition.
No,
Listen,
but it doesn't.
Logan, we don't have time. I've added it to my list of future topics.
Okay.
When we're not 3.5 hours into podcast.
It's fine that you're wrong on this. Let's move on.
Well, it's not like you can edit me and cut out my mic. I want to talk about some of the cosmetics. We've talked about this, always a topic at large. It's when I first joined in here, we talked about cosmetics, so I feel it's my obligation to talk about some praises I have for them, since I criticized them when I was first here. I think it's really cool that we're getting brand new wearable cosmetic sets. They're adding new wearable cosmetic sets each season with the season's rewards. It's brilliant and lovely. I'm disappointed we're not getting any other new cosmetics, such as weapons, tools, or ship livery, with the very small exception of a few recolors available through the season, like we got with the season Bone Crusher or things like this.
Yeah.
You just want to see new things. I'm really getting tired of getting recolors of the same sets. When I saw the crab set, the first thing I thought was, I hope one day I get 9 more variations of this set because I like it that much. I'm getting tired of seeing the recolors of the same sets. Now we're not getting just the same sets. We're getting new recolors of some of the basic sets. But the crab, the kraken, the aristocrat, I'm done with it. I don't need more varieties of it. Please, 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 I'm done with it. It's disappointing.
Yeah,
it really is.
I'm fine with them kind of moving on to different sets as well too. There's a lot of other sets that they could be doing different color variations on and stuff. Hopefully they'll move into that soon.
If I'm honest, really the recolors I thought would be more, or my more desire for them was really more for the exclusive sets and to give us access via recolors, like the Wailing Barnacle got the Silent Barnacle. Not so much sets that everyone has access to. I don't need a recolor of a Sea Dog set, of which another Sea Dog set has the same color, just a little bit of different clothing, even though it's the same theme of worn and ragtag. So I'm not super excited about them, but it's better than nothing, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not.
Yeah,
and I'm happy to see that they're making use of commendations to earn the ability to buy them anyway.
Agreed.
But it's especially weird to see them cost more than their counterparts, especially when it's like, oh, look at this new Admiral set. It's just a recolor of the other Admiral set, but it costs 10 times as much. What? Maybe is it made of gold?
No,
it's just it's not even like a special vibrant color or reflective, or if it's gold or it's prismatic or whatever. It's just a normal. It looks like many other colors of other sets. Why is it 10 times the cost?
I think it's just due to the natural scaling of the ecosystem. Honestly, I think it's just that gold is easier to get than it was back then, and that inflation has caused the cost to go up compared to the originals when we bought them. If you played the game during the time, the cost of those was exorbitant. They even lowered them after a certain period of time to make it easier for people to pick them up. And then gold became more easily accessible through different events and things like that. So of course that the value of the cosmetics have to retain their value. So the only way to do that is through inflation.
Yeah. Well, but really of the old original sets, maybe other newer stuff, but whatever. I think it's, it does not feel good. I said this the first time I came on, and unfortunately it's still true. It doesn't feel good to only be getting recolors that we know they made in 2018 while they update the Emporium every month with brand new things.
Yes, I'm with you on that. But at the same time, I also understand the point of the Emporium content and why it's that way. And you were right, by the way, that they were driving Emporium content in the Plunder Pass to people to go pick up the Emporium content because they did end up refreshing it multiple times throughout last season.
Well, thank you. It's the first time anyone's admitted I'm right before. It feels good.
Well, I mean, you had a mirror.
Celebrate your victories. I guess I already kind of talked about this, getting, not piecemealing out like the rest of the Frostbite set. Can you just drop the rest of it, please?
Yep. What else you got?
Lastly, we need something to do with our doubloons. I know that some people might not be satisfied with this gold sync. Personally, I'm satisfied with this gold sync. I think it'll carry us through a while. I don't think it'll carry us forever. I think another expensive set will be great for a gold sync. But right now I'm very happy with the gold sync. We need something to do with our doubloons. I'm surprised recolors of cosmetics that costed doubloons originally don't cost doubloons now. Like the Wailing Barnacle, you'd expect that would have cost. I'm sorry, the Silent Barnacle. I would have expected that to cost doubloons. No, it costed gold. I don't know. It's just a little weird. We need something to do with doubloons.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's not too many ways to actually earn doubloons in the game. So I'm tentative.
What are you talking about?
There's Reaper's chests.
Ashen chests. Everything inside an Ashen chest. Ashen keys. The Reaper's bounty. The presents you get inside every fort, which is now the most common world event. What are you talking about?
Maybe I just haven't been engaging with that aspect of it then, because I've only been hunting down Reaper's chests for doubloons. I haven't really been messing. I'll be honest. Gotcha. The time it takes to try and get an Ash,
and also all those things can be turned into Reaper at grade 5 to get 250%.
True,
doubloons.
But how often am I getting grade 5 on a Reaper ship with people who?
It's every day, bro. I'm Lucky Logan Paul because it's every day.
No, yeah. Yes, but at the same time, people don't generally want to go get a Reaper's chest when we're on a grade 5 Reaper. We want to go get other crews.
And then plus all the build recommendations. I've got so many doubloons from that.
I did too when it was brand new and they came out forever ago. I spent those doubloons.
Oh, I still have a ton of them. And lastly, my last cosmetic comment is that the Dark Warsmith set is straight fire.
It's amazing. I love it. I didn't even think about it until the other day, but I feel like I almost want to exclusively wear the Dark Warsmith costume just so that when people see Captain Logan as a skeleton on a ship, they associate that immediately with the next time they see Captain Logan as a skeleton captain.
Oh, that's great.
But I also love the way that my pirate looks too, so it's kind of a hard debate to have.
When I was browsing through the patch notes, I was very pleased to see so many fixed issues. There was a lot. I think it was more than last season. There was a lot of fixed issues. One that we got from the most recent update is that performing the barrel disguise emote when large groups of players no longer cause the player to appear invisible to some players in the vicinity. That was great. Earlier, I thought it was just using a combination of emotes. It ended up being the amount of players.
I think that's still an issue.
I think it's interesting that unlike the other fixes, this one uses the word "should" no longer.
Yeah, I think that issue still exists. I think it's still persisting.
Oh no! Yeah. Oh, they knew it when they wrote "should." One.
Don't bag on them that like they try.
When they didn't write "should" in all the other ones, huh? Interesting. When progressing through a lost shipment's voyage, if a shipwreck is unable to be created for any reason, merchant cargo will be surfaced alongside the manifest out at sea to reward crews for their efforts. So that was a frickin' lie. The first thing I did in the season was do a lost shipment voyage to get to grade 5. My manifest was floating. I had the key in my hand. No other treasure. Don't know what you're talking about. That one should have said "should."
Is that like a reoccurring issue? Like you can comfortably reproduce that experience though?
I don't know. It's just it was the first thing I did, and it was in their patch notes for the season.
All right. I'm gonna disregard on reproducible requirements. Like that is a consistent issue.
I don't know. I just did it, and the first thing they said is fixed was not
fixed.
They still no updates to Arena like they promised, but oh wait, what's that? A new bug in Arena where the beam of light doesn't follow the chest anymore. Don't worry, that's not important.
That's fine.
Leave Arena. How can you leave Arena alone and still create bugs?
I think it's fine. No, it's not like anyone goes for those chests anyway.
That's at least in Galleon Arena. That is very true. Super Arena, though, more important. The best thing introduced in this update by far, and best thing introduced this year by far, after sinking skeleton fleets, the floating loot will have seagulls circling above it to help players find it more easily. The wording is a little misleading there. Any skeleton ship, the loot will have seagulls floating above it. Wonderful.
Absolutely. One of the few changes that I don't think that they could have. That is a quality of life change that I think should have been like showcased a little bit better, because it seems like an obvious thing. There's flotsam in the water. Seagulls are going to be around there picking the bones from the skeletons, trying to get some food. Definitely love that change.
It's definitely something I would have advertised more as part of that season. Like, isn't this great?
I think it's one of those things that it's something that I don't think a lot of people will notice until they start paying attention to it, obviously, because it's not like in your face, but it is a really, really nice change. And it works on Megalodons I'm trying to think. Does it work on Megalodons? Now I'm questionable. It doesn't work for Krakens. And I'm trying to think if it worked on the Megalodon that I killed. I don't think it does, but it really should.
Something for Krakens would be nice. Somehow I always end up losing most of that.
Yeah,
loot.
I definitely think that it should work on Megalodons as well. Maybe not Kraken.
Something. I don't know if I want birds for every piece of 10 tentacles.
Well, no, but I definitely think...
Or tentacles, as the Romans would say.
I'm not going to get into that. I think that the Megalodon is a good argument, though, for why it would work, why it should be present there.
It's connected to the storage crate, which makes it a problem for the Megalodon because it doesn't spawn a storage crate.
Yeah, but just based on tie it to the meat in that case.
Oh, that's a good point. Except there'd be 5 pieces of meat.
Still.
Put 1 seagull for each piece of the meat. Amazing.
It works. Problem solved.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. I'm saying, okay, 2 things are happening here. 1, remember how I said to you guys at least 2 times in the show, I'm going to go as long as I want, and if the show ends, it's because of Logan. Well, God has punished me for my hubris, because as you can tell, I've been speeding through these last few things because I'm losing my voice.
It was a matter of time.
Call me DJ Khaled, because I'm suffering from my own success.
I don't get that reference.
When losing your ship and using a mermaid to grant you a new vessel, your crew will now be placed at a greater distance from enemy ships on the seas. I'm not really sure what this means either. Does this mean all respawn of a sunken vessel, or only if you're using the mermaid, not if you're like coming back from the Ferry of the Damned? If it does mean everything, that's exciting. Because, I mean, we've all complained about the times where we sunk a ship and then we didn't get 3 minutes to ourselves before we saw them coming back at us.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'd love to hear some.
I think it's a consistent problem here. Is they need somebody to, whose job is to look at wording and shore it up for a lot of these things, from commendations to patchments.
Yeah. I wonder how much time they're able to get the notes and then finalize them and then run them by someone before it gets published, because the patch notes are never published before the update is actually being put out, which is kind of a bummer. I wish that we had the patch notes prior to the build actually going out, so that we had a better idea of like what was coming in the patch. And unless you are in Insiders, you don't know if that content is actually coming to the live build or not. And even then, it's like you never.
It'd be great for content creators. How many people make videos on YouTube for their, the games that they're playing? And it's like, the update coming out next week is going to be this, this, and this.
And then it's just, it would be a lot easier to have a heads up. Because, I mean, you can play Insiders and you can know what's coming, but you can't guarantee that stuff's coming. So there's no way to know, like, if I want to make a video on this, I could make a video on that. That video could be completely wasted, because if the live patch comes out, could be in there, could not be. No idea. Can't tell. But yeah, I'd love to get like they finalize the patch a week ahead and the patch notes come out to explain what's going on. That following week, a video comes out to explain what the features are. And then the week that the patch actually comes out, you've already got a good handle on the content that's coming and how to speak to it, and can look towards that stuff to test, as opposed to getting everything on day one, hoping that it's all put out there properly, or at least just having the patch notes solidified ahead of time, and being able to have someone go back and be like, okay, this is a better way to explain it. Or I don't know, have a weekly podcast where you kind of dive into the patch notes and discuss the topics. Who knows?
All right. Well, and I have one final thing, mercifully, for those people who don't like me and don't want to hear me on your show, of which I don't blame a single one of you. A lot of hints about a mermaid update coming out. We talked about it way at the beginning of the show today. And when I was thinking about mermaid updates, I had an idea spark into my brain that sent it reeling. And I thought about a siren where it would mimic the sound a mermaid statue would make. So you'd be on the shore, you pulling up to an island, and you hear the hum, and you go, it's a mermaid statue. And you dive in, but instead of finding a statue, you're coming face to face with a siren, which was mimicking the statue sound. And, from there, I kept iterating and iterating. And I thought, what would be a good mermaid enemy building off of that? And again, we don't know there's a mermaid update, but come on. There's a mermaid update coming, right, Logan? With all the things Duke, all the little runes we're getting, the skeleton runes, all these little hints are dropping. It's going to be a mermaid update, right?
It feels like it. There's outside of Duke and the runes and just the teases that they've been putting out, it's hard to know for sure, because I feel like we could go 2 ways. We could either come to a resolution with Flameheart finally, or we could finally get mermaids in the game. But it's like, of those 2 options at this point, because these are the things that the community's been wanting outside of like different biomes for a while. and things have been a little too quiet on the Mass Stranger side of things and the Stitcher Gym side of things, that I think that I'm hoping that we're going to get a resolution with that. But I just don't know if we'll get anything related to like a sunken city or mermaids coming. I don't know if any of that stuff is coming before the resolution of Flameheart or
that
after.
Is tall tale material right there.
Like I would love to. I mean, I feel like they want to wrap up Flameheart first, and then we'll get mermaids as like the new threat.
I feel like all logic says they should wrap up Flameheart first. I don't know if they want to wrap up.
It's
Flameheart
a tough
first.
pickle. It's a tough pickle to. I don't even know what that saying is. It's a tough thing to work out. Like
tough nut to crack. A tough pickle. A tough cucumber to pickle.
We'll go with that. I don't know. I'll go with the tough nut to crack. Is how do you resolve Flameheart and still have a big bad to worry about in the world?
I've heard you talk about this, Logan. The answer is simple. We have a voyage that literally is that world event. It just doesn't have Flameheart in the sky. And which, by the way, take it from somebody who did like 40 of those voyages to get his 50 skulls. You may hate Flameheart because he talks to you when you're not doing his world event. But when you're doing his world event, be grateful you have Flameheart to talk to you. It's not as boring. It's more entertaining when he's going, another hit. Oh, your supplies must be dwindling by now. It's way more fun than when it's literally just silence as you're fighting ghost ships.
I mean, if we're comparing ghost ship to ghost ship encounters, then yeah, it is kind of weird to be fighting ghost ships and it just be like fighting ghost ships, and there's nothing really additive to the experience.
But this sounds like a tangent, Logan. Mermaids. So when I thought of the idea of the siren, I thought, what could we have mermaids? I mean, there's some basic options like they're just in the water, which kind of conflates with sharks. So we don't want that. There's one where maybe they're just specific to a tall tale. We've seen variations of skeletons that are tall tale specific, which when you said like underwater city, that'd be amazing. Maybe they're the enemy of like the Atlantis area, whatever. But I like the idea of them being ambush predators. The siren that ambushes you when you think you're going for a mermaid gem, or maybe they hide in the barrels of plenty. So you harpoon up, you try to get your barrels. And they harpoon you. They throw out, like in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, they throw something, they pull you into the water, and now you've got ambushed by a mermaid. Different ideas like this, if they had an ambush theme, I think that'd be really, really, really
What
really
if
cool.
they did something where it was focused around the mermaid statue? Because I've always wanted to know what the mermaid statues were about. It never made sense, like why they're in the game. What purpose do they serve? We know that they have gems and that they're magic in nature. I honestly think sirens would be cool, but I think sirens should be the result of you breaking the mermaid statues or fighting against the mermaid statues.
Oh, it like calls them
like
in.
we've been killing these things for so long.
That kind of fits with the ambush,
and we've been stealing the gems for so long that it is starting to impact the magic that is residing in them.
Okay, I got it. Here, building off of that, here's what it is. If you have a gem in your possession, it attracts mermaids. So you don't want to interact with mermaids? Don't have a gem. Did you take a gem you have in your ship? Well, all of a sudden, mermaids are a lot more interested in you.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think mermaids attacking your ship would be interesting. I don't have anything in mind right now of how that would be implemented.
I think that would be a good way to, like, it increases over time. Like the more gems you have, the stronger of a presence the mermaids have near you, to the point where they eventually summon a sea creature that has to attack you. I don't know if that's in the form of a kraken or a megalodon or something that we haven't seen yet, but it would be cool if, you are taking on the risk of carrying these gems, and the more gems you have, the more threat there will be as a result of them.
Well, let me tell you something. I hate how accessible gems are. I liked them better when they were scarce. It made breaking the statues have more of a purpose. If, instead of reducing the amount of gems to make me happy, if now there was a risk versus reward for having all the gems, then it's great that there's gems everywhere because you get more chances to interact with this, so you choose. I like it a lot. Another idea I had is if you're fishing, there's a chance that the cat runs around the house screaming and maybe interrupting your audio.
Happens a lot on ships too. When you're fishing and you grab a fish and the cat runs around and eats the fish. Happens a lot.
Yep. If they could grab your line, there's a chance if they ambush you by grabbing the line and pulling you into the water.
That would be...
I don't know. I just thought they'd be cool as ambush predators.
Yeah, that would be cool. I would love to see how they actually implement merfolk. Because at this point we have two sects. There's the positive or the nice mermaids, the ones that are helping us. But those are very much the converted, the cursed sailors, from what I can tell. They're the people that fell off overboard and got turned into merfolk. And then there's the more kind of amphibian looking merfolk, the ones that don't have the recognized like human features, where they are kind of the negative merfolk in the world. And I'm wondering if eventually we'll get to the point where we'll run into those merfolk that aren't happy with us taking over the seas. Maybe we've brought in too much danger into this world and they are not happy with it. And it's time for them to come back and take back the Sea of Thieves from the pirates who are just opening Pandora's box and have just gotten a little too out of hand and a little too crazy with this magical business and are causing too much havoc with the norm that is their world that we just aren't interacting with.
Well, Logan, last time I was on your show, I snuck in there. I don't know if everyone knows, but I got to edit that episode. And I snuck in a nice little top 10 list in there for you. And I liked it so much that when I listened to that episode, the first thing I did was fast forward to that top 10. And then I went back to the start. And I would love to do for you another top 10 list. Top 10 things Caleb would like to see come to the game. Because Caleb, he keeps writing down on his little notepad on his iPhone every time he has a little idea, even it's so short as like, oh, I think the fruit crate should have something other than bananas, and just a little one line. And after doing that for so long, I have like dozens of little notes. I've got top 10 lists for days, and so I'd like to bring to you, Logan, and to all your listeners, the top 10 things Caleb would like to see come to the game.
10th place.
Skeleton lords should have an anti-ship attack. Right now, they just kind of look at you and go, huh, well, that sucks. And maybe they'll shoot you with their pistol, but if you're far enough away, they won't really hit you, or they'll just stare. And there's just get on your ship and shoot at them. What are you doing? With the Ashen Lord, they're like, Rare developers were like, no. We're going to have an anti-ship attack. They're going to throw a fireball that not only puts holes in your boats, but sets it on fire. Oh, cool. Now there's a risk versus reward, and I have to choose whether or not I want to make the choice to shoot at them from my ship. Skeleton Lords also should have some sort of anti-ship attack. I think throwing a fireball is very much Ashen Lord themed. It shouldn't be Skeleton Lord themed. The idea I had was they should summon skeletons onto your ship, and you have to fight them off. You already have skeleton AI that can navigate a galleon and a sloop. I'm imagining they wouldn't have to do too much more to do for a brig.
9th place.
They use military time, the 24-hour clock, but still use AM and PM. It makes no sense. This is current year. Can you please just convert to my local time? What are you doing?
Yeah, that would be nice to get better clarification on that.
8th place.
I'm a big guy. I'm on a consistency and cleanup. I'm like a little bit of an OCD kind of person. And there's a bunch of little things in the game that aren't consistent or are confusing. For example, some chests, when you drop them, will face towards you, and some, when you drop them, will face away from you. It's really annoying with all the commodities. They all face to you when you drop them, except for raw sugar, which faces away from you. Why? It's so annoying. Dropping the weeping chest, it's going to face away from you. Why? Oh my gosh, just make it all consistent.
I love that this bugs you.
What?
I love that this bugs you.
Oh, it does. Oh, you have no clue to what extent it does. It certainly does. There's language that needs to be cleaned up. if I said to you, let's go turn in this Ashen chest, could I mean an Ashen Marauder's chest? Could I mean an Ashen Captain's chest? Or could I mean the item actually called an Ashen's chest? What? Why would you name something that generic? Ashen's chest? How about this one? Treasure chest. What chest could I mean? Either one or one of like 450. The chest that you can open and put things into is called a treasure chest. What are you talking about? And to consistently fit our tangent theme, I have a theory. I think some people call it a collector's chest. A lot of people call it a collector's chest. I don't think anywhere in the game has it ever been called the collector's chest. I have a theory that this has secretly been a insider's leak that's flown under the radar. That on insiders, maybe it was called collector's chest, and then people just referred to that when it came into the live game because treasure chest was too generic. I don't know if that's right, but have you seen where else? Why do we all call it collector's chest? Makes you think.
I think that was what the devs referred to it as when they first came out.
Okay, that could be it. Athena's Run of Thieves Haven should be in the Pirate Lord. We talked about that. Black Market should be in the stores. We talked about that. Accommodations should give some title or have some give a title just for earning them. Some don't give a title, but have a separate entry in the accommodations. It's not a accommodation that gives you a title. Look at some of the stuff. It's bonkers. It's irritating. It's annoying. Just be consistent, please. Why can't you just be consistent?
7th place.
I wish cosmetics were organizable. Some of the most basic games in the world that came out 30 years ago let you sort by name or by something else. We can't have sorts for the tons of cosmetics we have that we get new ones every update. Let me sort it alphabetically by similar types, like all of the build rat ones, or all the recolors, date of release or date of acquired. There's a million different sort algorithms you can choose. Why can't we sort our stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know what the current organization is, by the way, but it's definitely not by release in your cosmetics chests. I don't know what the organization is.
Date of release,
Nope.
I think for sure.
Certainly is not.
Take a look. I've seen it numerous times. I'm pretty sure it's based on introduction to the game or acquisition. I think would be a better way to
Call me Donald
date
Trump
of acquisition.
because that's wrong. As I drink a bottle of water with 2 hands.
Really hard task.
6th place.
Ability to put up a normal flag while you have your Offer Alliance flag up. Admittedly, that could lead up to 4 flags. You could have your Emissary, Offer Alliance, Alliance, and a regular flag. Majority of the time, it's 3 flags. But it's fine. Why can't I have one of the beautiful flags I bought along with Offer Alliance? Come on, Rare.
Well, the problem is you're trying to offer an alliance. You should just sync people and wear the flag that you want.
I see. I'll erase this one. I'll put a different number 6 in one because that's such a good point. Number 5.
Hi, we're friendly.
5th place.
There should be a setting option to toggle off when you pick something up out of a barrel, you're holding it immediately. This happens a lot when you notice when you're like fighting and you're like your gun's reloading and you go to get more fruit out of a barrel and then you stop reloading your gun and you pull out whatever fruit you just pulled out of that barrel. I never ever, almost never ever want to immediately hold the thing I pull out of a barrel. Can I please toggle that off?
I could see it. I could see a reason for that. It's circumstantial, or not circumstantial. It's situational. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Because it's one of those things where, like, if I wanted to stream from my PS4, I have to go in and turn off a certain setting to be able to do that. I don't want to have to worry about that setting all the time. I want the PS4 to be contextually aware of if I'm trying to stream or not stream, and just have that option turn on depending on whether or not I'm actually hooked up to an Elgato thing. If I'm playing the game, there's going to be times where I want to use the thing that I immediately have in my hand that I just pulled out of the barrel because it is of the highest priority. Whereas other times I am prepping myself for a situation that I don't necessarily need to have it. And the amount of time it takes for me to swap between the thing that I had and the other thing that I had prior is negligible to the point where I don't see it as a pain point. And I don't know that I would want to have a a switch set up specifically so that I could toggle it on and off, because it's going to be different every time that I access a barrel. It may be very different one day versus another day depending on the situation, and I don't want to have to worry about a toggle like my PS4 to have to think about, is it on or is it off right now.
But a toggle wouldn't hurt you at all, given that right now you're just dealing with it with no choice. And you can also still just deal with it with no choice with a toggle there that can help people like me. I've especially noticed it when I'm fighting an Ashen Lord. Go get fruit, trying to reload. I pulled out my fruit, didn't finish reloading every time.
Well, I mean, if you pull out the fruit, you're interrupting the reload regardless.
Right, I don't want to pull out the fruit. I just want to be able to do two things that, save time. I'll reload, so while I'm reloading, quick grab fruit out, make the most of my time so I can be efficient in this battle.
That was a change that came because of two things: the barrel system 2.0 and the double gun issues that were going on. So you can blame players for that, honestly.
Other players. I always blame everything on other players.
Fourth place.
I would love to be able to prestige company reputation. I just love seeing those numbers go up. When they increased it from 50 to 75, it was so refreshing to see those numbers go up again. I do feel like there should be some sort of reward, just something to show off that I've prestige, X amount of times. Maybe for Caleb's OCD, make everything go up to 100 first, just for the sake of round numbers. Whatever, I don't feel strong about that. But being able to prestige the companies, to be able to watch those numbers go up again, and to brag about how many times you prestige, I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a long asked for request by me as well, and I would love to actually have that in the game. I think it comes back to the sentiment of there only being 3% of the population that's actually capped or hit Pirate Legend, and probably a shorter number of people, or a smaller number of people, who have actually capped out every trade company. So it's like, what's the value in adding a feature like that in now, when most people haven't even gotten to that point where it's even a question? But I do agree, I want that in the game.
Third place.
Add a crab pet. I want a crab pet. I want a crab pet. I want to name them Snippers, like what's the show? Oh my gosh,
I don't know.
it's a podcast. It's not an original idea. It's from the Adventure Zone. You name them Snippers. It's a great name. I want a crab pet. We've seen them in the trailers, and past Caleb, the first time he saw it in the trailer, it's like a little Easter egg. The first time he saw it was in the trailer for the anniversary update that was supposed to introduce pets, and then they said, wait, we got to delay pets. So I thought that was supposed to be a pet that got delayed, and then we never saw it. I later found out, oh, it's just an Easter egg. I want a crab pet. Let me have a crab pet. Let me put a little captain's hat on him, a little eye patch, and you give him a little hook instead of a claw, or a little sword in his hand. Adorable. Give me a crab pet. What are you doing?
I think it's coming.
And if you have to, there's 3 different cats, 3 different dogs, 3 different monkeys, 3 different kind of birds. I guess you could do the crab that you think, like the blue claw crab, or it could be like a Dungeness crab, which is, I think, are gross, but I'm sure you can make it cute. Or it could be like a hermit crab.
Second place.
I want cosmetic presets. We've all asked for it. There's various implementations of it. You can have like the presets in each chest, or you can have a brand new chest that looks like a wardrobe that has all of the cosmetics presets, so you don't have to go to individual chests. You still have to separate one for your shipwright chest, I'm sure. But at least give us a button for an equip all of a set. Give us something so I have so many sets and I just don't use them all because it takes too long to change 19 different pieces. Presets, please.
Yep. Please. Thank you.
I like the wardrobe implementation, but I'll take literally any implementation, even as simple as an equip all button.
Yeah. And a full randomizer for the ship livery sets, please.
Oh, like a random button that just puts on random parts?
Yeah, we got it for clothing. And I just want it for ship livery sets as well, too.
Oh, that's a good idea.
All right, first place.
I want a Davy Jones costume, and I think it'd be really great to get a Davy Jones costume and crew set. By Davy Jones, I mean like in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, where he's like part fish. He's part octopus head. Octopus head's like the most important part for me. Octopus head. In the movie, he's got a crab claw and crab leg. You can do various implementations of that. I'm fine with that. But we'll also get the octopus face. People who are coming to this show from my show would probably be more familiar with a Mind Flayer from Dungeons and Dragons. And again, it's another squid-faced monster, kind of Cthulhu-esque. I want to look like that. And if you could have a crew set where you all look like different fishes, dude, I think that would look so awesome. Maybe you would make it as a curse, because, part of me worried that, it's a part of the costume that I think looks dumb. But honestly, I think a costume lends itself better because you can have all these different pieces that you can't have when you have your individual, outfits. I think, dude, a Davy Jones costume and crew set would be choice.
Yeah. I still wonder what the legality behind that with Disney would be. Like what they would have to do to play around that. Plus, you have to work out the idea of like with those pieces, a lot of the stuff on the costumes don't move. They're all very static things. So if you did have that, would it feel good if, say, like you had an octopus head, but the octopus head didn't have any moving tentacles?
I mean, yeah, take what you can get. I'm not so worried about the legal. I mean, there's a million things in culture of fish people, and we don't have to call it Davy Jones. Like I said, there's Mind Flayers. There's Cthulhu, which is not copyrighted. I believe it's in public space
Anymore. Yeah.
But yeah, I see it could be a concern because it's like, well, they all are all fish people. I don't think it would be, but whatever. Yeah. What do I know? It would look awesome. And that's my top 10 list.
It's a good list. A lot of things I get behind for sure. I think that's the thing. Like with mermaids, we don't know when we're coming or when we're getting them, but we know that at some point Rare wants to put them in there. Same thing with Captaincy. We know that they've talked about wanting to stay true to that promise. We just don't know if or when or what it'll look like. And I think a lot of the things that you're asking for are not big asks. I think it just comes down to implementation and time. Hopefully Seasons affords us that.
Mm-hmm. Logan, let me thank you again for allowing me to come on your show. It is always a pleasure. I had a phenomenal time. And have I officially broken your record for longest episode?
No, because I'm going to edit out like 2 hours worth of this stuff, so it'll be cool.
Please don't. I'm crying on the inside.
I'm glad I could help. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure this will be the longest episode. I don't even know if I want to edit it. Maybe I'm just gonna put it out as raw, and people can hate me forever and not have to worry about it. No, I'm gonna probably get this out. Most of this stuff will actually get edited out, and it'll just be the content. But yeah, Caleb,
well, how dare you? I think the only thing you should edit out is like the 5-minute break we had and the time I told my cat to stop making noise. The rest of it should be in. And if it's not in, I'm going to leave your server and never talk to you again. You'll never know what my future top 10s will be.
Whatever makes you happy, that's what I want. I just want to make sure that everyone's happy, whether they're in my Discord server or not.
Okay.
And that's all that matters.
How wholesome.
No, I love our conversations. This feels like this could have been a voyage. We could have been sailing during this whole time.
Yeah.
And we could have probably had a lot of gold as a result of the 4 hours that we've been recording, 4.5 hours that we've been recording. And I'm sure at some point folks will turn this on and finish up this episode in like a month. So hopefully, this will still be relevant information by the time they finish up with this episode. But thank you so much for coming on and wanting to dive into this. I know that you look forward to having all the show notes discussed and diving into how the game is in a good state. Hopefully at some point we'll get to do this again, and we'll hopefully get to talk a little bit more about like I don't know, less tangent stuff.
The tangents is the flavor. That's the salt and pepper on top of the meal.
That's what we generally talk in tangents. Which if that isn't a saying, I don't know what is. But my wife says that she has food for me. I don't know how long that food has been sitting because the last time she messaged me was 2.5 hours ago when she's like, let me know when you're done recording. And I'm like, okay. And then literally 10 minutes ago, she's like, I have food for you. And I'm like, oh, maybe that's why I feel so uncomfortable. It's because my stomach is rumbling because I have had nothing to eat all day before we jumped on for recording.
My wife and I have been sweating in the house because I turned off the AC because it makes noise for the recording.
How dare you?
So I'm ready to turn that back on.
How dare you? I can't believe you just bring this up after we've been recording forever. And now you tell me that you've been sweating in your house. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I will grab some socials, any socials that you want in the show notes. Feel free to give me those so that I can add them as I'm filling out the notes for this after I get done editing it. And is there any place that you want to send people to go hear more of your content?
Sure. If you're interested in hearing an audio drama actual play of Pathfinder, which is a lot like Dungeons and Dragons, it's a tabletop role-playing game, visit tblazer.net to visit our network, Trailblazer Network, and you can see our shows there, and we'd love to have you.
Very much appreciate your conversations, and I'm sure we'll get to have some fun feedback in the Discord server. So if folks are listening to this and they want to come yell at us for having an absurdly long episode without any warning ahead of time, they can always head over to the Discord server. There's a questions and feedback channel that I will be muting notifications for the next 2 months, so that when people finally finish this episode and move on to something else, I can go back and review all of that feedback and know that my show is still alive somehow.
Yes, please yell at me, but don't at me, son.
Awesome. Well, that's going to do it for this episode, Pirates. I'll have the normal outro for you guys as well to give you all the contact information for myself. And I think that's going to do it.
Peace and love.
All right, Pirates. So this is going to do it for this long 4-hour episode. Every once in a while, someone tells me that they want a 4-hour episode, and this is going to be it. You know how I like to keep these around an hour, hour and a half, just because it's hard to listen to anything for 4 hours straight, even when it comes down to something that you love. I promise you, even when I listen to other people's podcasts that are 4 hours long, I end up listening to them a little bit over the time throughout the week and just kind of break it up myself. So I didn't want to do that with this episode, just to make it a little less confusing. If people wanted to get the whole episode, they could get it. If you wanted to take a break, I totally understand. So Pirates, with that, if you want to get a hold of me, feel free to do so at CAPT_LOGUN on Twitter, CAPTLOGUN@gmail.com if you want to send in an email. Otherwise, you can hit me up on Xbox. Captain Logan is my gamer tag, and you can always join the Discord to come say hi. Other than that, Pirates, thank you. I love you, and I look forward to sailing with you on the Sea of Thieves.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you into the cyberpunk tabletop games or excited for Cyberpunk 2077? Are you looking to brush up on the lore, stay up on all the latest news, and talk about the game when it comes out? Check out the Cyberpunk Lorecast, a show from Robots Radio with me, your host, Robots. We'll go over all the details you need to know about the world, characters, and story of Cyberpunk. Available on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Are you interested in keeping up with all the latest gaming news, but you're just too busy? Well, I've got the podcast for you. The Robots Radio Show is a daily gaming news show where I bring you in a quick format all the top news about video games, nerd culture, and even the best deals. You can find the Robots Radio Show on Spotify and Apple and all the different podcatchers, and you can join me live, twitch.tv/robotsradio at around noon Eastern every day. Come talk about game stuff with me. Again, that's the Robots Radio Show. Available everywhere.